which is very nice. A language I'm forgetting very quickly. I'm delighted to be able to welcome you to this event, this conference, the Prism of Sustainability, organized by Alessio Bartolacelli, who, as you know, has the Cátedra Jean Monnet Bleus, and he has been in this position for the last couple of years and has been extremely active in organizing events here at the university and also in universities around Europe. And it's, as you know, an extremely prestigious position that he has occupied and has done so with great distinction for this university. So we are very grateful to him for all the work that he has put in over this period of time. And this, if I understand correctly, is the closing conference, and your reign is coming to an end as
every rain has to.
Every rain has to come to an end. Yeah, well, not everyone understands that, but yes, this is entirely true. So we have an excellent group, international group of scholars who are with us today in Macerata for what is a multidisciplinary conference around the theme, the very relevant theme of sustainability seen in a very broad sense, if I understand correctly. And it was a pleasure to meet various colleagues, albeit very quickly this morning, who have traveled to Macerata, which in itself is an enterprise, as they have discovered. Making it to our city makes questions of sustainability and transport, brings them to the forefront. But it is worth it when you actually get to the top of the hill and you experience this beautiful city and its university. So I met Florian Moslin from the University of Marburg and Christopher Brunner, who has come all the way from the University of Georgia in the United States, and David Monciardini, an Italian scholar who teaches at the University of Exeter, who's sitting there in the front row, and Alessandra Pera from the University of Palermo, and all the other colleagues that I didn't really get a chance to meet, unfortunately. But looking at the program, there's no question that it's going to be an extremely interesting couple of days. And I want to pay tribute again to Alessio for putting together such a wonderfully rich program. And I noticed there are several speakers who are also connecting and going to be speaking online, including Deirdre Hearn from Trinity College Dublin, from my own city. So I really don't want to add much. I don't want to waste your time because you want to get down to work. So again, a warm welcome on behalf of the University of Macerata e buon lavoro a tutti. Grazie.
Thank you.
Good morning. I thank the rector of Macerata, Professor John McCourt, and Alessio Bartolacelli for organizing this important conference, final conference of the Jean Monnet Chair, entitled The Prism of Sustainability. I greet the qualified speakers who will speak during this important conference, and I warmly welcome all the participants, very important participants. I believe that this conference could represent a development for the research, for the chair of Alessio Bartolacelli, for the university, and also for all students of this important matter and problem in a European relationship between public and private law. I will the floor to Alessio Bartolacelli. I thank you very much for the work, who will present the speakers and the work of the conference. And I wish you a very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, but it's me who is very much thankful to Professor John McCourt, our Rector Magnificus, for his kind words and for being here. And thank you very much, John. Thanks a lot. And thank you very much to Stefano Polastrelli, who is the head of the Department of Law. That is a department of excellence that was very supportive during these 3 years of the Jean Monnet Chair that I had the honor to have. And thank in particular to the group of people that were involved into this project and into this German chair. They are wonderful colleagues. They are wonderful friends. They have worked very hardly with this chair, and I want to pay a tribute to them. So please, Chiara, Ninfa, Chiara, Benedetta, Pamela, Francesca, Laura, thank you very much. Because the German chair is a personal chair, but without this wonderful group of people, it would not have been possible to be here today and to carry out the over 40 activities that we have done during these 3 years, and many more to come until next August. The chair ends on the 31st of August, but it was not the best time to have a final conference, so we had it a bit earlier. And naturally, thank you very much to all of you for being present here and for being present online. The concept of this chair is a transdisciplinary, is to provide an holistic approach to sustainability throughout many disciplines. And over these 2 days, we are going to talk about legal foundations and sociology and economics and philosophy and ethics. And this is because sustainability has to do with all these profiles and many others and many more. And perhaps we can say that sustainability is more than a discipline itself. It's a pattern for interpretation of the world that we are living in order to make it even more livable, or livable at least. The panels are organized in an interdisciplinary way. We are starting with legal foundations, and then we are going to ESG, that are the main ideas, so environmental and social and governance dimensions. And then we are going to discuss an example of that in practice, that is the urban dimension of sustainability in urban environment. And we are also listening to the presentations by PhD students, by early stage researchers, because personally I think that it is a good opportunity also to show what our younger colleagues are doing in their investigations. So thank you very much to all the speakers. Thanks a lot for the enterprise that John mentioned, that is itself being here in Macerata. Thank you very much, and thanks for accepting the invitation. The idea is that these presentations per se combine as pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and in order to solve every puzzle, we need to know more or less what is the general picture behind. And the person that is going to show us the general picture is a colleague and a friend that I would like to thank in particular, that he is Professor Beate Schierfield of the University of Oslo and of the Collège d'Europe in Bruges, because she is a very renowned scholar in the field of sustainability, and I'm going to present her more properly at the end of these couple of minutes. Before introducing Beate, just a couple of notes. First of all, we are online on our YouTube channel, on the University of Macerata YouTube channel. The online attendees are free to ask questions during the conference as comments to the online streaming. You can also use that hashtag there in Twitter, that is hashtag Bleuze_final conference, or sending an email to bleuze@unmc.it. Second, you're going to find in your folder this pencil. Well, every conference organizer has an ambition, and the ambition is that the conference can plant a seed for further development in that field. Well, the chair thought that we could intend that literally. And so in your folder, you are finding this pencil, and it contains literally seeds of herbs and flowers. And after using the pencil, you can plant it. You can plant the remaining part, and we hope that the herbs and the flowers that you're going to find on your terraces, well, we'll remind you of these days, and we'll have you the idea, or maintain alive in you the idea of this conference. And a way, naturally, to look forward. Finally, a couple of colleagues and friends wanted to be here and couldn't for serious reasons. And if they are watching it now, or if they are watching it eventually, I just want to make them aware that our art is with them, and fingers crossed, really. And now I already spoke too much, and the synthesis is not properly my best feature, as you have understood. So now may I introduce to you the keynote speech by Professor Beate Schäfer, who is first of all a friend, and she is a professor of law at the University of Oslo and visiting professor at the Collège Europe in Bruges, in Belgium. She is also linked to Macerata because she's a member of the board of professors of our doctorate in Diritto e Innovazione, Law and Innovation, and she has been a pioneer in the investigations of sustainability. Her first book dates back to a few years ago, 2010, if I'm not mistaken, and at that time it was somehow visionary, and now it is reality. It is reality, and I think that all of us as legal scholars must thank Beate for that. She has a very important group, a recently established group as a follow-up of other experiences, other further previous experiences. That is Sustainability Law Group. She has been the leading researcher for many projects. And she is also a member of the informal group of company law experts at the European Commission. And the title of our keynote speech is From Sustainability in Law to Sustainability Law. It is a shift of paradigm, and it is a challenge for the future. But Beate will naturally explain that much better than I can do. And so please just advise that the questions that for sure the provocatory speech by Beate will raise, they will be collected at the end of the session one. So dear students in particular, the Jean Monnet Chair is for the students. Dear students in particular, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, please. If you have any questions, please be reminded to ask them. And you are particularly invited to do that because be reminded that there is no such thing, it's not such a thing as a stupid question if the question is sincere. So I already talked too much. It's time to get started. And so, Beate, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this invitation and for your very, very kind introduction, Alessio. It is a great honor to be here. I have, that's not on? Yes. It's on, okay, thank you. Yes, so it's a great honor to be here, and I'm very glad to have a microphone because my voice is rather croaky. So if I'm going to get through the keynote without coughing or having to stop, then I will have to try to speak in a normal tone of voice and not in a lecture voice. I am very, very happy to be here. As Alessio said, we have been friends and colleagues for a very, very long time, and it is the support and interest from colleagues like Alessio that really makes it amazing to work in this field. It's not all law faculties and not all colleagues in law faculties are open to the idea of sustainability as a main theme, although they are starting to catch up now. So it is really all of my wonderful colleagues in various countries that makes it fun to work in this field. So I will now speak about this very broad question of, can we say that we are moving from sustainability in law to sustainability law? And obviously I won't be able to cover more than just a fraction of what that entails in a 30-minute presentation. So I'll say also at the outset that what I will do when I speak about law is that I will say a little bit about international law. I will say something more about EU law, but still really just snapshots. But the question, of course, encompasses not only all kinds of law in all areas of the world, but also going beyond law in various other ways of regulating. And I'll be happy to return to that in the discussion. Yes, so in this keynote, I will start out by speaking about the sustainability challenges that we face, because we cannot talk about sustainability in law if we do not have an understanding of what we mean with sustainability. And this is something that is very important to me and that I always start in some way or other every presentation with, because there's so much reference to sustainability in ways that just have nothing to do with any meaningful understanding of sustainability. And then I will move on to the role of the law. And I will then go on to say something about the possibilities that are in law. Because while I also will talk about the failure of law, I do see that law as it is now gives us lots of possibilities. But it's very much about taking seriously the elements of sustainability that can be found in law and bringing those forward. But there is also, if I were to conclude now, as I've done in a paper called Sustainability in Law in the Anthropocene, I would say that law has failed us. Law is not fulfilling its potential. So I will speak about that, and then I will, towards the end, present this idea of sustainability law as an emerging new field and as a possible analytical framework for working with these areas, which I see as a possible way forward, because the sustainability in law is now still so fragmented and incoherent and partly inconsistent. So without some kind of analytical framework, it's really difficult to see the broad picture. Often when we talk about sustainability, we talk about climate change, and climate change has been declared as code red for humanity. And every new report from the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change is showing with more and more gravity the very, very serious situation humanity is in. And yet climate change isn't the only sustainability challenge. We often hear it referred to as the greatest challenge of our time. And it is one of the greatest, it is a part of the greatest challenge of our time. But the reality is that we have a whole circle of code reds for humanity. So a starting point for talking seriously about sustainability is from the perspective of my research group and the work we've been doing there for many years now, is starting with the planetary boundaries framework. This was presented originally by Professor Johan Rockström, who was then also the director of Stockholm Resilience Center, together with many colleagues from various fields of environmental science that he brought together to try for the first time to really set out a framework and illustrate what we all can intuitively understand if we think about it, that there must be limits on one planet to how much we can take out of nature and how much we can dump back in the ground, in the fresh water, in the seawater, in the air, and still expect it to be a relatively safe space for humanity. And this framework has been criticized and challenged and developed further. And what we see in this stream of research is that the trends are generally worsening. So when Rockström et al. First presented this framework, they concluded that 3 of the hitherto identified 9 planetary boundaries were transgressed. And then it is just continuing getting worse and worse and worse. With the latest research under the leadership of Lynn Persson,
showing that also the planetary boundary of novel entities is transgressed. So novel entities, that's microplastics, which has come up in the news very much over the last few years, nanomaterials and various forms of chemical pollution. So what this framework shows us is that it's not just about climate change. There are a number of planetary boundaries that human activity, with all the inequality that statement actually hides in a way, that there are a number of planetary boundaries that are being transgressed, and that in spite of all the talk of sustainability, we are still on a very, very certain path towards a very uncertain future. So that's the starting point, the planetary boundaries framework, the ecological limits that we all intuitively realize must exist if we think about it. And then, of course, there's also the human part, which is not very well included in the planetary boundaries framework, including, as I said, with the inequality that is hidden when we talk about human activity has transgressed planetary boundaries. It's like, yes, all of us together have contributed to this, but the reality is that it's a few countries and a small part of humanity that has contributed to threatening the very basis of our existence. And the effects of this is being felt first and most by those who have contributed the least to climate change, to biodiversity loss, to novel entities. And in the sustainability policy work, both on the international level and on the EU level, leaving nobody behind, a just transition, leaving no one behind is a mantra. It's an important principle. But the reality today is that many people are being left behind. Currently, we have a war in Europe, and Ukrainian refugees are being integrated into a number of EU countries, as they should be. They deserve all the help that they get and much more. But at the same time, even that has revealed the inherent racism that exists in Europe with Black and Asian students in Ukraine who happen to be in Ukraine not receiving the same kind of care. And of course, the so-called migrant crisis that we've had in Europe since 2015. When we talked about this over breakfast with some colleagues, that is actually not a migrant crisis, it's a crisis of solidarity. Because the way that Europe is treating people from outside of Europe that are trying to get here, who are so desperate that they risk their lives to come here to Europe in unsafe boats, who are drowning in the seas outside of Europe, who are dying on the shores of Italy, as we saw recently, they are not being met with the kind of solidarity that leaving no one behind indicates. So we also have very serious social issues. So the one photo here illustrates the situation with the refugees. The other one illustrates the situation with what happens through the global value chains of businesses. European businesses make profit based on activities across global value chains, where most of the products that we buy in Europe, we can be pretty sure are based on exploitation of people, destruction of the environment, and undermining of the economic and governance basis for well-functioning societies. So to speak about sustainability, then, we cannot just speak about a safe space for humanity. We must also speak about a just space for humanity. As Kate Raworth said when she took the original planetary boundaries figure and put the social goals that she then saw that there was a consensus for leading up to the adoption of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and created this framework of a safe and just space for humanity. So while we as this humanity, with all the inequalities that statement encompasses, are transgressing environmental boundaries, we are at the same time not securing the very basis for good lives, for well-functioning societies. So if we're going to take sustainability seriously, It has to be about securing social foundations for humanity now and for the future. And I used to continue that by saying, while staying within planetary boundaries. But the trends are now worsening so dramatically that my colleague Sarah Cornell from Stockholm New Zealand Centre and I, we've agreed to stop saying within planetary boundaries, because that is past us. It's not possible anymore. But what we talk about instead is securing social foundations while mitigating pressures on planetary boundaries, because we dramatically need to mitigate those pressures and change the way everything is operating. So then the role of the law. Law may seem totally useless in this discussion, because there's so much talk about the power that is in business and the control of business and all of the activities that are taking place that are just outside of the law or ignoring the law. But law has a great potential because law is amongst society's most powerful tools. It is one of the most effective ways in democratic societies of deciding what the society should look like. It was setting out the overarching objectives, setting out rights and duties, and practically everything that we see now, including the way business and markets are operating, is based on law. We can talk about we should leave it to the markets as if they were some kind of law-free space, but markets are based on law, because law has used its constitutive role to make it possible for businesses as they operate now to exist, to make it possible for financial markets to operate as they do. And in addition, law has a very important conceptualizing role. When law defines the relationship between a company and the shareholder in the way that it has done, which is very understandable for historical reasons with this relatively new invention, then law is also saying something about how we should understand the relationship between companies and shareholders. Another thing is that this has been totally misunderstood due to the influence of an Anglo-American inspired law and economics based conceptualization of the relationship between business and shareholders that lacks theoretical rigor and empirical basis. But law has a conceptualizing role. Law can set out what is right, what is just, and divide duties and rights, and distribute wealth. And law also has a potential to change norms. It is an accepted truth that law cannot change norms if social norms very strongly go in the opposite direction. But sometimes law does change even social norms, or even more strongly moral norms. But the best effect of law is if it works together with social norms, which is why we're in such an interesting time now when it comes to sustainability, because social norms are changing. But law has the potential to do all of these things. And yet law also has limitations. And this also has to do with their interactions between law and power that I've already hinted at. So if we now then go into these snapshots that I promised of law, and where I won't be able to speak about everything, but I'll in any way at all, it will be a very small part of law that I will be talking about, but give you some indication when it comes to sustainability in the way that I explained my understanding of it. What does law do? Well, on the international level, we have a long history of developing environmental conventions and treaties to try to deal with the worst negative environmental impacts. And the development of treaties dealing with climate change is the most well-known of those. And if we compare that to the planetary boundaries framework, which my colleague Sarah Cornell did a few years ago, so this isn't completely updated anymore, but we see that all planetary boundaries are in some way dealt with through international environmental law. but it's not enough. There is only one area where international environmental law seems to have achieved the effect that it tended to achieve, and that is when it comes to dealing with ozone. But generally, international environmental law is not enough. And that is also because international law is relatively weak. It doesn't have the strong competences and the strong enforcement powers that national laws have. While national laws are often, national legislators often hold back to trying to regulate globalized business because of fears of regulatory competition and so on. Which is why EU law is so interesting, as I will return to. But that's the status when it comes to international law. We have a basis, but it's not anywhere near enough. When it comes to the social foundations, so human rights, decent labor, social justice, and also fair taxation and anti-corruption, all of that, we can also for that find a basis in international law. Most of that is sort regulated. And the UN Declaration on Human Rights from 1948 actually to an amazing extent resonates with the social foundations as we can set them out now. But the way that they have been followed up has not led to social justice across the world. And this also has to do very much with the divide. We can call it global north, global south, or we can call it the Western perspective of human rights. I don't like any of those geographical labels for that, but it's an easy way of referencing what we are talking about. And what we see generally is a European approach to civil and political human rights being more important than those that actually are about the very basis for being able to live and to have possibility for living good lives. Samuel Moyn has analyzed this in his book, which is very appropriately called Not Enough. And as he concludes that human rights, the human rights movement is not the reason that that business and markets have led to so much inequality and exploitation of people, but nor has it helped. It has just been powerless in the face of market fundamentalism, as Samuel Moyn calls it. So in the light also of the fact that an established truth that is now under some pressure, that international law cannot regulate businesses. International law regulates states, and then states must regulate business. This is now very much being debated and may not remain an established truth for very much longer. But in light of this situation and the difficulties of being able to regulate the impacts of globalized business in a good way, we've seen a development of international adoption or international agreement on what basically is social norms written down. So the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises that we've had from 1976 have very much been in the background of many discussions. They've been there as an expression of social norms for how business should behave, but they haven't really had a game-changing effect in spite of the innovative way that they dealt with follow-up through the national contact points. But then when the UN guiding principles for business and human rights were adopted in 2011, then these two sets really started coming up onto the international debate with the core issue of due diligence, that business needs to undertake due diligence. We've seen a change in the debate, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which do not provide a good analytical framework for understanding sustainability because they are so linear and inconsistent and even in conflict, they also call on business to act. So there is a great emphasis now for business to act. And interestingly, we can see now This also reflected in EU law, and for that matter, what I'm not going to talk more about, but also in national laws. So there is a breaking down now also of this horizontal silo between international law and policies and European laws and policies that give hope. So turning then to European law. When I teach about this at the College of Europe, I go right back to the start after the Second World War. Now I'm just going to go directly to the last treaty reform, the Lisbon Treaty, where sustainability, which has long historical roots in EU law, was brought, it was expressed more clearly in the treaties than ever before. So the Treaty on the European Union now sets out clearly that it is a task for the European Union to work towards sustainable development in Europe, and then even more unprecedented, sets out clearly that the European Union has as its task to contribute to sustainable development of the earth. And it mentions human rights and solidarity. All good things are set out there in the overarching objectives. And not only do we have these overarching objectives set out in the treaties, we also have a number of provisions that are meant to ensure that these treaty objectives are followed up on. We have horizontal integration principles, and the strongest one of those and the one with the longest history is the one that I see as codifying the core of the principle of sustainable development, namely Article 11 of the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union, that sets out that environmental protection requirements must be integrated. The strongest legal language possible must be integrated into the policies and activities of the Union with the aim of achieving sustainable development. We also find in the treaties a range of provisions requiring consistency and coherence, and mandating that the institutions act to achieve these overarching objectives. And it's not only for the EU institutions, there's also provision in Article 4.3 of the Treaty on the European Union setting out that member states have a duty of loyalty and cooperation. So there is a really good, strong basis in EU law for sustainability, and EU law doesn't have the same kind of weaknesses when it comes to lack of strong competence and enforcement possibilities that international law has. But also in the EU, words on paper don't change anything. Also not treaty words on paper. So what is really exciting now is the way that the EU has now set sustainability on the policy agenda. The EU was very instrumental in getting the UN Sustainable Development Goals into place, and has very clearly said that this is what they are working towards. So that's good, but the question is it good enough? And there I will turn to my area of business and finance and circular economy. And we can return to this in the discussion, but I can just summarize here really to say that it's so exciting what has been happening in EU law since 2018, especially when we got the Sustainable Finance Initiative based on emerging recognition of financial risks of climate change, the EU Green Deal that really sets out a very broad policy basis for achieving sustainability. The Sustainable Corporate Governance Initiative in 2020, which for the first time actually also included company law. All of this is very inspiring and exciting, but we still see silo thinking here. The Circular Economy Action Plan, which is also very strong in its message and exciting, sets references planetary boundaries several times. While the EU Green Deal, this major platform for integrating sustainability, which speaks so much about the different environmental crises that we are facing, does not once use the word limits. not in any way, of course, reference planetary boundaries, but doesn't recognize limits at all. Same as with the Sustainable Finance Initiative and the Sustainable Corporate Governance Initiative. So what is coming out of these initiatives is a lot of really unprecedented legislative efforts, especially in the area of finance. I mean, once finance realized that climate change can actually affect finance, then they really started moving very quickly. But it is, to put it very, very simply, just not enough. So the failures of law can then be summarized as law having a very mechanistic and siloed approach, as opposed to the more systemic approach that has developed also with limitations in environmental science. And we have, although we are starting to see the breakdown, we have both horizontal and vertical silos. Law tends to be very rigid and backward looking. We discussed this yesterday, some colleagues and I, how law is somehow perceived to be value neutral. So keeping law as it is good. Changing the law is radical, political, maybe even communist, who knows, it's really bad in any way. Well, the reality is that law can never be value neutral. It is always based on power struggles. And if we leave law as it is and don't question the values, then we are reinforcing a path-dependent perpetuation of inequalities and wrongs. And as Capra and Mattei point out in their book, much of the discussion of how these issues should be resolved is discussed as a matter of, should we leave it to the markets or should the state intervene, so public or private? Well, that is actually just two sides of the same coin, they say. It's all about property and power, and I can add profits, while it should be about community and commons and collaboration. So therefore, I suggest, as we are now working on in our research group based in Oslo, that sustainability law can be a new way of discussing this field, and that resonates with EU law in the sense that it is teleological, it is objective oriented. It is not a field of law that says this field of law deals with these issues. It is a field of law that says we want to analyze and find out what is needed to contribute to sustainability. So it is objective oriented, dynamic, and contextual. And in that way, it really resonates with EU law. It is also interdisciplinary. We cannot discuss sustainability in law without including sustainability science and sustainability research. And of course, this then means that it is a really huge area, and nobody can work, no single researcher can work with all of this at the same time. Myself, I am now working on developing within sustainability law, corporate sustainability law as a field. But taking that kind of approach gives a basis for a comprehensive approach. I'm running out of time now, so I'm not going to go into details on this. Okay, Alessio just indicated that I could have 2 more minutes. Thank you very much for that, Alessio. Yes. Yes, so we a previous speaker said that Alessio is now coming to the end of his reign, so he is as all sovereign powers, making sure to really just use that power at the end. So thank you. I'm very happy to be a beneficiary of your power. So in my work, I'm also seeking to develop principles of sustainability law, which builds on existing legal principles that are relevant to the area, and also proposes some new ones. And the starting point there is strong sustainability, or as Christopher Brunner pointed out when we were editing together the Cambridge Handbook of Corporate Law, Corporate Governance and Sustainability, it's actually about real sustainability, because the concept of weak sustainability is actually not sustainability. So we should stop even referring to that as sustainability at all. So not one that accepts trade-offs between economic development and environmental harm to the extent that we have seen so very much already. So again, an objective-oriented and interdisciplinary approach, and one that takes the circular economy concept and positions that within an interdisciplinary understanding of self-sustainability. So sustainable circularity that positions itself within the understanding of planetary boundaries, which also means, and here I'm quoting my very good colleague Eleanor Maitre-Eken and her excellent work on circular economy, it means moving from efficiency to sufficiency. And a strengthened precautionary principle. And it's also about social justice for current and future generations. And I'm thinking more and more also about how to develop that to include all species, because it really troubles me the way that many of us humans, talk about other animals as if they were products only. So how we can both have an inclusive and participatory approach and expand the perspective of law from one that is so very much based on rights for people. It is starting to happen. We are seeing a development towards rights of nature in various countries, and policy coherence for sustainability. There is so much of what has gone wrong in the way that law has sought to integrate sustainability that can be traced back to the lack of coherence. This lack of understanding, which is actually in contradiction to EU law, namely that any sector of law, in addition to its own specific goals, also shall seek to achieve the overarching goals of the EU. This is a part of EU law. It's part of what I analyzed in my doctoral thesis. So policy coherence for sustainability, something that the EU is starting to look into, but still too much influenced by ideas of green growth, which don't work. And I can get back to that in the discussion. And that it's based on evidence. So this is also part of the interdisciplinarity, as Jukka Mehonen introduced into a paper that he and I wrote recently about interdisciplinarizing legal theory, that there have been different seasons for interactions between different other fields, other disciplines, and law. So law and economics has been very strong now for, well, several decades. But Jukka writes, and he cites somebody whose name I've unfortunately forgotten, that there is no season for law shorn of other disciplines. Law cannot act in a vacuum, and it is when law tries to act in a vacuum that we get the kind of problems that we have. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion and also to learning from the other speakers during this wonderful conference.
How are you?
Hi. Fine, thanks.
Yeah.
Pure togliamo un attimo questo. Lui è il primo. I don't know. Yes, I think.
Because that way I can go for a screen.
Yeah, yes.
So I think
That's the moment.
that comes to mind. It's saying that
De Leonardis.
See what everybody else. And if you want to stay sad, we have it is fine. Yeah.
Our first speaker.
Okay, so do
I
do
hope-
we have a minute?
I think so.
I may just, I'm gonna step out for just a minute. And I can go third, then fine. Yeah.
So let's start. Let's start our first session. Legal Foundations and Sustainability. I'm Chiara Bergonzini, Constitutional Law, Macerata University. Our first speaker should be online. Do we have?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Nice to see you, so to speak. Daniele Porena is a full professor in public law at the University of Perugia. He studies, nice to see you now. His studies about the sustainability are at the forefront of constitutional studies in this field. In 2017, he published the book Il principio di sostenibilità, contributo allo studio di un programma costituzionale di sostenibilità intergenerazionale. In English, The Principle of Sustainability, Contribution to the Study of a Constitutional Program of Intergenerational Solidarity, which is still a landmark for constitutional scholars. This is why today we asked him to talk to us about sustainability in the fundamental charts with a focus on Italy. Thank you, Daniele.
Thank you. To you.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. And first of all, I would like to say thank you again to all the organizers of the important international conference of these days. I say thank you for the choice of the topics. And also, obviously, for the invitation they have extended to me to participate. So the title of my report asked me to carry out an account on how the concept of sustainability has been implemented in the last at least 10-15 years in the different constitutions, and particularly in the Italian constitution. However, before carrying out a brief comparison of the most significant examples, it will be necessary to spend a few minutes on the concept of sustainability. And this in order to grasp its exact scope and to observe its relationships with the legal issues aimed at the protection of future generations. Subsequently, after having examined the context of the context of the constitution of other states through some main examples, I will examine more closely the issue of sustainability in the Italian constitution, obviously also in the light of the recent revision. Finally, I will draw some conclusions on the ways in which the principle of sustainability is affirmed in general in the context of the most recent constitutional trends. As is well known, the first statement of the concept of sustainability dates back to 1987 and it is due to the well-known Brundtland report. In fact, the document entitled Our Common Future states the definition according to which development is sustainable if it satisfies the needs of present generations without compromising similar needs of future generations. So the concept of sustainability was born, therefore, in the framework of international environmental law. However, over the years, the concept of sustainability has shown important expansive capacities. In particular, today, alongside the environmental dimension of sustainability, the economic and social dimension have also found progressive affirmation. In concrete terms, the issue of sustainability has come to impact the organization and the functioning of most of the social infrastructures set up by the legal systems, from healthcare systems to social security systems, from the public finances to the planning of economic development. In all the large systemic sectors called to guarantee prospects of durability, the need to guarantee their sustainability has emerged in recent years. So the expansive capacity of the principle, widely recovered in numerous constitutional texts, has led the legal doctrine to identify the concept of sustainability, even a post-national paradigm capable of republicanizing globalization. Again, and to update even more my reasoning, the word sustainability is among the most pronunciated in the context of the New Generation EU program. In conclusion, the ethical force of the concept of sustainability that is connected essentially to the preservation for future generations seems to have imposed itself in generalized and progressively higher terms. But returning for a moment to the definition offered by the Brundtland report, the intergenerational projection assumed by the concept of sustainability emerges very clearly. It even seems to me that the principle of sustainability represents a practical application of the philosophical legal concern for future generations. Rights and interests of future generations, or from a different perspective, responsibilities towards the future generations, represent in fact the fundamental value within which reflection on the concept of sustainability take place. Therefore, the comparison between the different constitutional systems to be complete must, in my view, must not only include the clauses on sustainability, but also the rules and the principles set out with reference to future generations. In fact, the extensions of the principle of sustainability from environmental to social and economic issues seems able to involve most of the direction in which future generations will realize themselves. So, in my view, talking about future generations is increasingly equivalent to talking about sustainability. But now we come to a quick comparison between some examples of sustainability and future generations clauses in different constitutions. With an advice that the richness of references present in the various constitutions and the tight deadline of my time require me to make some choices and a selection of the examples that I have found most significant. A conceptually very challenging reference to the theme of future generations is contained in Article 11 of the Japanese Constitution, which states the principle according to which fundamental human rights guaranteed to the people by this Constitution are recognized to the people and to future generations as eternal and inviolable rights. But a very articulated development is then dedicated to the concept of sustainability and also to the concept of future generations by Article 27 of the Cuban Constitution, which states that the state protects the environment and natural resources of the country. It recognizes their close link with sustainable economic and social development to human life, to make human life more rational and ensure the survival, well-being and security of current and of future generations. The French Charte de l'Environnement identifies among the purposes of its provisions that of to ensure sustainable development, choices intended to meet the needs of present must not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Then there is the principle enunciated by Article 20A of the German Constitution, the German Grundgesetz, which states that it is the duty of the states, also in the view of responsibilities for future generations, to protect the natural foundation of life. As known, the Constitution of the United States does not contain sustainability clauses. However, the We the People of the preamble contains the reference to the purpose of promoting the general well-being and ensuring the benefits of freedom for us and for our posterity. Even the more technical reference to the principle of sustainability appears in a large number of constitutions. According to a research conducted in 2016 by Tania Groppi, there were already 54 constitutions that contained the word sustainability or sustainable. Among these, it deserves to be mentioned for the breadth of the perspective, the Belgian Constitution, whose Article 7 refers to a sustainable development in its social, economic, and environmental aspects. Again, the Portuguese Constitution makes a direct reference to the principle of sustainable development in Article 66, according to which the state is burdened with a series of duties aimed at guaranteeing the right to the environment in the context of sustainable development. The reference to sustainability in the different perspective of public finances is then contained, among others, in the Spanish Constitution, where Article 135 contains a reference to the economic and social sustainability of the state, and also, as we will see better shortly, in the Article 81 and 97 of the Italian Constitution. As mentioned, there are now dozens of constitutions that mention the concept of sustainability in its various forms, and it would be impossible to reproduce an exhaustive list in the time at my disposal. But the title of my report includes, as anticipated, also a focus on the landing point reached by the Italian Constitution. As is known, the principle of sustainability appeared for the first time with the constitutional reform of 2012. The progressive serious deterioration of economic situation actually recorded not only in Italy in recent years, has revealed the weak prospects that the national finances show in terms of sustainability. In particular, the economic crisis has greatly contributed to the internal and international debate on the specific concern in terms of sustainability of financial public situation. Based on the provisions of the new Article 81 of the Italian Constitution, the content of the budget law, the fundamental rules, and the criteria aimed at ensuring the sustainability of the debt, the public debt, the debt of the public administration, are established by law approved by an absolute majority of the members of each chamber. On the other hand, Article 97 of our Constitution establishes in the new first paragraph that public administrations, in line with the European Union legal system, ensure the balance of the budget and the sustainability of the public debt. As known, the provisions referred constitute the transposition of the commitments undertaken with the signing of the Treaty on Stability, Coordination and Governance in the Economic and Monetary Union, so the well-known and so-called Fiscal Compact, which established in Article 3 the obligation for all the contracting states to balance their budget. The scope of recent innovations in their systematic and combined reading, therefore, poses first the need for the public administration financial performance to be assessed in terms of future sustainability. The close correlation between the principle of financial sustainability of public spending and the protection of the interests of future generations has recently also found a confirmation in the jurisprudence of our Italian Constitutional Court. The implementation of the new principles observed our court, and in particular of the sustainability of public debt, implies a responsibility which, in implementation of the founding principles of solidarity and equality, is not only of the institutions, but also of each citizen, including those of future generations. The concept of sustainability has now been relocated in the Italian constitution to into its theoretical site of origin, that is the environmental protection. In particular, with the amendment introduced to Article 9 of our Constitution, the Republic is now required to protect the environment, biodiversity, and ecosystem, also in the interest of future generations. As can be seen, the constitutional legislature has renounced making an express statement on the principle of sustainability, preferring to address the broader concept of future generations. The choice probably depended on the opportunity to exclude an extensive listing of the set of principles that regulate environmental protection. However, the reference to future generations, in favor of which the Constitution assigns now a real interest, captures the deepest core of the concept of sustainability. In fact, the principle of sustainability imposes an intergenerational balancing technique between the needs, rights, and interests of the different generations, and requires each one to set aside a fair saving in favor of the following ones. The reference also in the interest of future generations presupposes, in fact, a relationship with present generation. So it seems to me that the reference to future generations alone is more than sufficient to include the concept of sustainability. But at this point, I must approach the conclusions of my reasoning. As I said at the beginning, I will now try to make some reflection on the role, weight, and ways in which it seems to me that the principle of sustainability is asserting itself in contemporary constitutions. As is well known, often the principle of sustainability is criticized. The main critic is about the excessively evanescent nature of the concept of sustainability, even to undermine the normativity of its content. It seems to me that this criticism loses sight of the well-known constitutional and legal philosophical debate which is in progress from some decades, about the distinction between rules and principles. On the contrary, it seems to me that the distinction between principle and rules plays a decisive role in understanding the entire legal phenomenon. In extreme synthesis, rules and principles both belong to the category of the normative phenomenon, but with some fundamental distinctions. In the first place, there would be the degree of generality, which is higher in the case of principles that are called to guide the development of legal systems along a large variety of material fields. Furthermore, principles would constitute reasons for rules. The normative scopes of the principles is aimed, in extreme synthesis, at the constructions of the rule, while the rules are aimed at the concrete discipline of conduct. From here, and following the well-known reasoning of Robert Alexy, the fundamental difference between principles and rules. Rules are all or nothing provision, requiring to do or not to do exactly what they prescribe, while principle constitute, in the words of Robert Alexy, principle constitutes optimization provisions, not definitive, and to be implemented to the highest possible extent on the basis of factual and juridical possibilities. The limit of the juridical possibilities of implementing the principles is then represented as known by the relationship with other principles of equal rank and potentially colliding. Finally, the conflict between principles raises the issue of respective weight and must be resolved through the mechanism, the constitutional mechanism of balancing. So the quick reference to the debate around the distinction between rules and principles can help, in my view, in concluding for the full normativity of the concept of sustainability, obviously as a principle. I don't think, in fact, that we can doubt the generality and the breadth of the principle of sustainability, given the breadth of the issues of sustainability. And there are no doubts in my view that the principle of sustainability is aimed, among other things, to inspire the concrete regulatory discipline of the vast systemic sectors that I have just briefly mentioned. So in conclusion, the concept of sustainability would therefore identify a principal rule with a very high axiological content aimed at preserving the fundamental rights and the essential needs of future generations. And as such, also the principle of sustainability obviously does not escape the constitutional mechanism of balancing between fundamental principles. And by this, that's it. I thank you again, everybody, so much for the attention they gave to my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our second speaker is Professor De Leonardis, Francesco De Leonardis, full professor in administrative law and environmental law at the University of Macerata Department of Law. He wrote over 100 publications on administrative law, administrative justice, and environmental law. He's a member of the editorial board of several administrative and environmental law journals. He's the president of the Italian Association on Environmental Law. His today's speech is about Italian Constitution's new Article 41 and circular economy.
Thank you
20
very
minutes,
much.
the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Battoracelli. I say he's our Virgilio in this holistic. Yes, yeah, this is an air in this holistic sustainability path. And I would like also to thank Professor Feliziani for inviting me. And I would also like to thank the students that I see in a large numbers, and I prepared a brief presentation to help them to follow our works. And I promise that my presentation will not last more than 15 minutes. So let's see. The title of my talk today is, as we say, the Italian Constitution, new Article 41 and the circular economy. And I divided my presentation in 10 chapters. The first one is the progressive recognition of environmental protection at the constitutional level. The second one is the constitutional reform introduced by Constitutional Law number 1, 2022. And then a look to Article 9 and Article 41. And obviously, in my point of view, the most important achievement of the 2022 constitutional reform, the evolution of the economic perspective in Article 41, the inclusion of the circular economy in the Italian Constitution, then two questions, final questions, about the other constitutional experiences. Are there any similar provision abroad? And then what about Europe? And then my final remarks. So I would like to begin by talking about this progressive recognition of environmental protection at the constitutional level. As we all know, in the original text of our Italian Constitution, it was adopted in 1941, there was no reference to the environment because environmental concerns had not yet emerged. It was in our country, the Italian Constitutional Court, that introduced the legal concept of environmental protection. And the basis of this environmental protection was interpreted from Article 9 and Article 33 of our Constitution. It was in 2001 that the environment was expressly mentioned in Article 117 of the Constitution, but only as a matter of state legislative competence. In 2022, in January, Article 9 and Article 41 of our Constitution were modified, introducing reference to the environment. And the constitutional reform has amended two constitutional provisions. The first one, as we heard before, was Article 9, by placing environment among the fundamental principles of the Constitution. And second one was the Article 41, by inserting the environment in the most important rule of Italian economic constitution. I think it is useful for our colleagues to read the new text of our Article 9 of Constitution. You can see in bold the 2022 amendments. The first paragraph states that the Republic shall promote the development of culture and scientific and technical research. The second paragraph, states that it shall safeguard the natural beauties and the historical and artistic heritage of the nation. And the last paragraph, which is the new one, states that it shall safeguard the environment. Is the first time that in our country was modified the first part of our Constitution, the principle of our Constitution, biodiversity and ecosystems, also in the interest of future generations. State law shall regulate the methods and means of safeguarding animals. Article 41, also in this case, I use the bold to better identify the amendment, states that in paragraph 1, private economic enterprise shall have the right to operate freely. And the second paragraph says that it cannot be carried out in conflict with social utility or in such a manner as may harm health, the environment, safety, liberty, and human dignity. This is the paragraph about the negative limit of the economic enterprise. And the third paragraph states that the law shall determine appropriate programs and checks to ensure that public and private economic enterprise activity be directed and coordinated for social, and this was what was added, environmental purposes. So in my point of view, the most important achievement of the 2022 constitutional reform was this, the amendment of Article 41, paragraph 3, because it sets out a key concept. The economy must change. The economy must change if we really want to protect the environment. Obviously, have to change also society, institutions, but the economy is the main actor for this change. In certain ways, this approach immediately ties in with the one adopted by international reports, such as the 2019 Global Resources Outlook and the 2015 Agenda 2030, which express very well the concept that only by changing the trajectory of the economy, effective environmental protection can be achieved. The addition of environmental purposes in the third paragraph of Article 41 clearly mirrors this shift, in my point of view, obviously. So just some word about the evolution of the economic perspective in Article 41 of our Constitution. We can connect the three paragraphs of the new Article 41 with the evolution of the economy towards better environmental protection, using a conventional American color classification system from the brown economy to the green economy and finishing with the blue economy. Article 41, paragraph 1 refers to the brown economy. It is the traditional economy, completely disinterested in environmental issues. The idea is of the old mindset, dear company, produce what you want with no limits, without limits. The paragraph 41, the paragraph 2 of the Article 41, by imposing a very important negative limit, represent the green economy. In this case, economic activity is limited, is not free, but by environmental protection. And the idea is produce what you want, but do not damage the environment. In comparison with the brown economy, there is no change in the economic trajectory, but there is only, it's important, but it's only an extra limit imposed. Article 41, paragraph 3 is, in my point of view, the real, we can say, game changer, because the economy becomes the fundamental tool for achieving environmental protection. We move into the blue economy or circular economy. And the idea in this case is, dear company, you have to produce, but to improve the environment. You have to produce to improve the environment. It is precisely because we need to change the economy towards new production model, new production patterns, as the Agenda 2030 said, that the law can steer it for environmental purposes. So the inclusion of the circular economy in the Italian Constitution. As anticipated, Article 41, paragraph 3 of the Italian Constitution embraces a new and different economic model, in my point of view. The circular economy, also defined as the blue economy, is the economy in which the products are designed not only to pollute, but also to improve the environment. The materials and energy used to manufacture products retain their value for as long as possible. Waste is reduced to a minimum, and as few resources as possible are used. The circular economy addresses sustainability issues beyond mere conservation of the environment. It aims not simply towards increased respect for the environment, but instead it pushes towards regeneration. The environment is no longer considered simply a cost or a limit for the companies, but instead is an opportunity for real profit for companies in an environment for development perspective. The relationship between environment and development becomes a synergy. As the protection of one increases, the protection of the other increases, and vice versa. In short, the environment is characterized as a true driver of economic development. So, two final questions. First one, about other constitutional experiences. Are there any similar provisions abroad? Around the world, the possibility of directing the economy towards environmental goals seems to be clearly expressed by Colombia Constitution of 1991 as revised in 2015. The Article 334 of this constitution states that the general management of the economy is the responsibility of the state. By mandate of an act, the state shall intervene in the exploitation of natural resources, land use, the production, distribution, use, and consumption of goods, and in the public and private services in order to rationalize the economy with the purpose of achieving at the national and the regional level and within the framework of fiscal sustainability, the improvement of the quality of life of the inhabitants, the equitable distribution of opportunities, and the benefit of development and conservation of a healthy environment. What about Europe? There are a lot of references in the European treaties to the environment, obviously, but there is no reference to the protection of the environment as an element to which economy and production must conform in the treaties. So environmental protection is included among the fundamental principles in 15 constitutions out of 27 member states. But only few EU member states, for example, France and Croatia, have included in their constitution a rule requiring the economy to be environmentally oriented. And then my conclusions. The three conclusions. First one, I think that the reform of Article 41 of the Italian Constitution by Constitutional Law 1/2022 is an historic reform, as it introduced not only a rule, but an entire holistic, systemic model of economic development in a circular sense. The second conclusion is that I believe that what happened in Italy should also be inspiring for the amendment of the economic constitution of the European Union, following Green Deal, following circular plan, but also in the treaties, which is increasingly concerned about solving environmental issues towards the shift to a circular economy. Probably is the model of Europe that have to change. And finally, this reform could also represent a valuable model for other European countries to redesign their economic constitutional framework for environmental perspective. Let me say that we are just at the starting point of this evolution. I think that in the future, we are going to see more amendments like we see here in Italy, also in other countries around the world. Let me say that Italy, that is often behind the trend in this field, this time was really a pioneer. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor De Leonardis. Our third speaker for today, for this session, is Christopher Brunner, is the Stambler Family Distinguished Professor in Business Law at the University of Georgia School of Law. He is a Blues key teaching staff member. He teaches a range of corporate and transactional subjects and has received the C. Ronald Darlington Award for Excellence in Teaching. His CV would be longer than our session, so I have to try and sum it up. His studies and books focus on corporate law, corporate governance, comparative law, and sustainability. He won the 2010 Association of American Law Schools Scholarly Papers Prize. His scholarship has appeared in numerous law and policy journals, including the Cambridge Law Journal and the Yale Law Journal. Professor Brunner is a research member of the European Corporate Governance Institute and has presented his work in numerous countries worldwide, from Hong Kong to China, South Africa, Canada, Australia, and of course, USA. Today, we asked him to talk about business risk, financial markets, and sustainable companies. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm grateful to Professor Bartolocelli, to the conference committee, to the university for this invitation and the opportunity to be here with you to discuss foundational aspects of sustainable business. Corporate sustainability is inherently bound up with corporate risk, and particularly with risk-taking incentives of various sets of corporate actors. So this would minimally include directors and officers of companies. It would also include, critically, shareholders who can affect management in all sorts of ways. So in my time today, what I want to do is set out for you a framework for thinking about the nature of the corporate entity and the degree of flexibility that it offers and how this could help us improve corporate sustainability moving forward. So in recent work, I have suggested that policymakers, practitioners of corporate law, and academics, not like the academics in this room, but many academics, have shown an unproductive tendency to view the corporate form as if it were a sort of fixed essence. And I argue in response that we should simply reject that approach. And that we should move toward a more dynamic view of what companies are and what they are about. Now, it's often said that a corporation intrinsically involves this set of fixed attributes: legal personality, limited liability for shareholders, unfettered share transferability, centralized management through a small group of directors, and then exclusive voting power for shareholders. But I argue that this is really just one approach, and it's not necessarily the optimal approach. Rather, we should think of the corporation as a flexible form of legal technology that we can calibrate and recalibrate in different ways. So specifically, I've suggested that we can think of the corporation as a set of governance levers that we can adjust in different ways. Governance power could be more or less centralized. You can have more power residing with a small board of directors, or you can disperse power across shareholders, perhaps employees, different constituencies. Directors could face more or less liability exposure, which is going to affect their incentives for risk-taking. I'll come back to that shortly. Board composition could be determined solely by the shareholders, or other constituencies could have representation as well. Boards can be required to focus only on shareholders, or they could be given flexibility, perhaps even a mandate, to consider other interests and values as well. Shareholders can be given more or less capacity to advance their own interests through lawsuits, or that capacity could be curtailed by placing limits on it, or by balancing it against the opportunity for other constituencies to advance their interests through lawsuits. Shareholders can be given more or less freedom to liquidate their investments, which is going to have different types of effects on management of the company. And then finally, shareholders themselves could face more or less liability exposure, which is going to affect their risk incentives just like it does for the board of directors. So these flexible capacities can be depicted visually as a set of governance levers that we can set in different ways. In a sense, this is a metaphor. I've had people remark that this looks to them like a musical mixing board. That's a fine metaphor if you prefer it. But again, you can depict it visually as this set of levers that can be set in different combinations and in different ways individually and in tandem with one another. Now, the critical threshold point that I really want to emphasize is that the corporate form itself does not fundamentally require any particular configuration of these levers. And most critically for our purposes, it does not require that we prioritize the interests of shareholders over everything else in the world. And at the same time, it does not legitimize corporate production externalizing all of its costs onto society and onto the world. There's nothing inherent in this technology that mandates that we structure and run companies this way. Again, the corporation really fundamentally is this dynamic set of capacities. And if those capacities are thoughtfully used, they could help us promote corporate sustainability. Now, to set just a comparative baseline for the comments that will follow, consider what the typical US public company looks like in these terms. We have a strong board of directors that's elected exclusively by shareholders. We have greater emphasis on generating financial returns for shareholders who can then further advance their own interests through very strong capacity to launch corporate lawsuits. We've got a very high degree of investment liquidity, and we've got limited liability exposure for boards and for shareholders alike. But again, there's nothing inevitable about this. We could calibrate these levers very differently to achieve different goals. Now, in prior work, I've examined each of these governance levers and given historical and current examples on how they might be recalibrated to promote corporate sustainability. Given our focus with this panel on legal foundations, I want to emphasize something that is elemental to the corporate form. That is the relationship between liability and risk. Now, this relates to both directors and shareholders, but I'm actually going to have more to say about shareholder incentives because I think they're more fundamental drivers actually of the way that companies are run. The conventional rationale for shareholders to have limited liability is that it frees up the company to take entrepreneurial risk. Structures like the business judgment rule then make directors and officers comfortable undertaking the entrepreneurial risks that shareholders who have limited liability protection will want. Now, what's less widely acknowledged is the corollary of that. If we want less risk, then rethinking how we set these levers that relate to liability exposure is a natural place to look. It stands to reason that by carving back at limited liability protections and thereby raising shareholders' exposure for corporate harms, we could curb shareholders' appetite for extreme levels of risk. Now, history provides vivid examples. I'm not going to dilate on these examples in the interest of time, but just to choose one, for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries, corporate law sought to limit risk in banks. And in the US and various other countries, this took the form of greater liability exposure, both for boards and for shareholders. In some cases, coupled with a reformulation of directors' duties to extend to bank depositors who are a category of creditors. Now, for the shareholders, this took the form of assessable stock. And when I refer to assessable stock, what I'm talking about is basically stock where the shareholders in a struggling bank could be liable for more than they initially invested. That is, if the bank is struggling, those shareholders could be assessed for an additional amount of money that would be made available for the benefit of depositors, again, a category of creditors. Now, the aim was to stabilize banking by reducing risk and cost externalization. And relative to the baseline that I set out here for comparative purposes, we can see the moderating effect of this approach as it was pursued in banks. This shifts away from exclusive focus on returns to shareholders, and note that the core mechanism of achieving this is enhanced monitoring of management by shareholders themselves, who now have an incentive to watch what management are doing closely to make sure that risks are constrained to the level that shareholders who have some real exposure are going to be comfortable with. So to promote corporate sustainability, maybe we should rethink our approach today. Why not revisit shareholder liability to constrain socially harmful risk? Not only in financial firms, although certainly there, but also in essential non-financial firms that give rise to similar moral hazard dynamics. When I refer to essential non-financial firms, you could think of perhaps private companies that provide something that could be regarded as critical public infrastructure, such that the government would effectively never allow them to fail, either because they're too big or they're too economically significant to be allowed to fail. And then what about inherently hazardous industries? Here, I'm using sort of a stylized approach. The idea is basically industries where there's a very high risk of generating externalized harms that vastly exceed the amount of assets that the company actually has. Now, some have argued that abandoning these sorts of structures contributed to the risk-taking that led to the global financial crisis that emerged in 2007. And in response, scholars have advanced creative proposals to revise these types of structures that I was just talking about, but they haven't really gained very much traction. So why is that? We might start by recalling that assessable stock for bank shareholders essentially started to die out following the Great Depression. Now, why would that be? Well, Macy and Miller, in their study of the US regime, note the extremity of bank failures around that time, which triggered heavy assessments of retail shareholders, just individual people who were A, struggling because of the Depression, and B, probably never really fully thought through what it meant to hold stock that could be assessed later. So these rules were gradually abandoned across the US in favor of reliance on publicly funded deposit insurance for banks. Now, publicly funded deposit insurance does a great job at reducing the threat of bank runs, but note that it does so in a way that effectively enhances risk-taking incentives, because you now have moral hazard that's created for the managers of these entities, because they know that there's essentially public money there to cover the risks that are undertaken. So that response actually enhances some of these problems with excessive risk that I was noting. Now, concerns about the effects of reintroducing assessable stock today should not be lightly dismissed. Just as history demonstrates that assessable stock was an effective way to limit risk-taking in banks for a substantial period of time, history also demonstrates that the core shareholder monitoring mechanisms on which this strategy relies are imperfect. Now, these are concerns that have to be taken seriously, but I want to suggest to you that the prospects today for mitigating corporate risk-taking through this type of structure are actually better than they were back then. Now, to see why, we have to examine the fundamental regulatory strategy that stands behind something like assessable stock. The idea is basically to create a fund for external corporate harms that requires internalization of those costs. If the shareholders are forced to bear greater exposure, then rationally they're going to discount what they would pay for the stock to account for the fact that they face greater risks now themselves. They're having to bear more risk of the company. Higher risk businesses would face higher costs for equity capital, and lower risk businesses and businesses that effectively manage their risks well would be rewarded with lower cost to equity capital. This would in turn deter abuses and incentivize directors and officers to carefully manage risk in the company to manage the cost of equity. Now, this is a very elegant story, I think, but it raises some practical problems, right? It's one thing to say this in theory. It's another thing to think through what it would actually mean in practice. How much liability should there be? How much exposure? And when should it be triggered? What sorts of events should actually lead that to manifest itself? How do we avoid swinging to the opposite extreme where shareholders become so risk averse that they're not willing to invest at all? We don't want to be there, right? So how do we avoid that? Where should the fund be located? Should the fund reside with shareholders in the form of assessable stock, or should it reside somewhere else? And if so, where? So with my remaining time, I want to touch on these questions. Overall, I think these challenges are certainly manageable, although we do have to recognize that there are big differences across capital markets around the world that might lead various countries to choose different paths in terms of the strategies that are available. Now, even though shareholder liability is often treated as if it were an on-off switch in the literature, either you have totally limited liability or shareholders face total liability for everything the business does, there's actually plenty of room for fine tuning. For example, when you canvass proposals advocating a return to assessable forms of stock, you find several ways of calibrating exposure to avoid excessive risk aversion, to try to strike this balance that I'm talking about. The level of exposure could be keyed to a multiple of what was paid for the stock or some minimal fraction of it. Liability could be imposed pro rata, which further limits exposure. We could specify a liability cap, or perhaps exempt certain assets from assessment. Likewise, there's nothing saying that such exposure would have to apply to all shareholders. Maybe it should only apply to those who are in a controlling position, who have some real impact on management. Similarly, this could apply to a broader or narrower range of entities. There's no reason it would have to apply to every corporate entity. For example, we could just focus on entities that are actually systemically significant, such that society has a heightened stake in the level of risk taking. And of course, we can't overlook the impacts of indirect investment through intermediaries, which could have a number of complex effects on how this works. Now, investment intermediation directs us back to the question of where the fund should reside. When we talk about assessable stock, we're implicitly suggesting that the fund should be located with retail investors, but it could just as easily reside with the company itself. This reflects the fact that assessable stock and capital regulation really fundamentally are quite related strategies. The difference is simply that one of them places the fund with the stockholders by relaxing limited liability protections. The other places it in the company's own accounts, preserving those limited liability protections for shareholders. Now, Professor Bartolocelli has written about how capital requirements are essentially the price of limited liability. And those approaches are reflected in this trade-off that we're talking about here. In this sense, we can imagine a spectrum between retail shareholders at one end and corporate management at the other. And this sort of potential trade-off is reflected in post-crisis reform proposals that essentially present assessable stock and capital regulation as alternatives. We leave it to you, the company. You choose whether you're going to issue assessable stock or whether you're going to increase the capital buffer that's contained within the company. Those proposals are essentially choose one of these two, and it reflects the trade-off that these are related regulatory strategies. Now, again, both approaches prompt significant concerns. Leaving the fund with retail shareholders resurrects those concerns about painful and perhaps unanticipated assessments of the sort we saw following the Great Depression. But leaving the fund with corporate management raises fears that they're going to abuse the fund for their own purposes, perhaps by manipulating balance sheet categories that will allow them to access the money. Now, it's important to recognize that there's another approach that's both feasible and, in fact, the likeliest mode of implementation as markets exist today. As we all know, there's been a big shift over recent decades toward indirect investment through intermediaries. US capital markets, for example, are increasingly dominated by huge asset managers. Think of BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. And in addition to that, you've got a wide range of other types of institutions, public and private pension funds, insurance companies, and so on. Now, if assessable stock were revived in the US today, who would actually hold that stock? It would not be individual people by and large. It would not be retail investors. It would be a wide range of big institutions. And if assessable stock were held by institutions, then the sorts of concerns noted earlier wouldn't loom so large. Institutional intermediaries are, by and large, more sophisticated and engaged than retail investors and wouldn't share management's incentives to deplete the capital buffer. So maybe institutional intermediaries present an opportunity here to constrain corporate risk-taking and force internalization of costs without raising the sorts of concerns that we were talking about a few minutes ago. Now, this just zeroes in on a different set of questions. What would this actually involve? Depending on the circumstances in a particular country, the regulatory challenges might not be novel at all. If accessible stock largely landed with institutional intermediaries, then the challenge would essentially become determining what capital regulation for those intermediaries should involve. And of course, this is a familiar type of regulatory problem. But again, a lot turns on the context. I have assumed a context resembling the US, where accessible stock would largely land with this wide range of big institutions, but obviously that might not be true everywhere. Relaxing that assumption reveals several factors that any country that was inclined toward this type of reform would have to consider, in addition to the potential for fine-tuning the terms of accessible stock that I noted a few minutes ago. First, what are the prevailing modes of corporate lawmaking within a given jurisdiction? Does the corporate statute already contemplate these sort of structures that I'm talking about? Or would something like accessible stock be this radical novelty within that given jurisdiction? If so, it might be easier to change capital requirements. Similarly, imagine a system where shareholder liability and capital regulation are not governed by the same law. Say because capital regulation is addressed by industry-specific regulation, which would be quite common with banking. Structural features of the regulatory environment could favor one mode of approach over the other for practical and political reasons that are idiosyncratic to a particular jurisdiction. Second, do investors in that country tend to invest in stocks directly or indirectly? We're practically talking here about market practices. Now, in suggesting that things look different today than they did back when accessible stock previously existed, I've essentially assumed highly intermediated capital markets, but that's of course not true everywhere. And if a given country has a high degree of direct investment in stocks, where lots of individual retail investors would be holding this stock, then that naturally re-raises those concerns with accessible stock along the lines that I noted earlier. Third, even if a country's capital markets are highly intermediated, we still have to think critically about who those intermediaries actually are. I suggested earlier that the regulatory challenges might not be totally new because accessible stock would simply shift capital regulation from portfolio companies to institutional intermediaries. But the practical ease of doing so could still vary a lot. In a given capital market, are we talking about banks that would be holding this stock, or would it be pension funds, insurance companies? These types of entities are not regulated identically, and that means that the challenges could be greater for some of them in holding accessible stock than for others. Now, to the extent that they weren't prepared for this, that could make capital regulation at the corporate level look better. Finally, just as the portfolio company level can vary in terms of direct versus indirect stock holding, the institutional intermediary level can be more or less concentrated. It could be more or less concentrated in terms of the types of entities that intermediate stock ownership, and then in terms of how many entities within each category there are that could be regarded as prominent holders. I've suggested that in the US, it would be a big range of institutions that would end up holding accessible stock, but we can readily imagine lots of countries where that isn't true. What happens if all this accessible stock lands in the hand of a small number of dominant institutions? In that case, we might fear that a small number of institutions could become a sort of sink for all that corporate risk, which raises systemic risk concerns. Right. So in that sort of circumstance, perhaps that makes that a less desirable policy choice. Might appear preferable to stick with capital regulation at the portfolio company level. Okay, so I've gone on too long already. I'm going to close by returning to the foundational point that I noted earlier. Everything that I've been talking about here is simply assumed off the table by current orthodoxy, which holds shareholder interests and shareholder power constant, taking priority over all else. I've argued that the corporate form is capable of a lot more than that, and that we won't be able to harness the corporation as an energy for sustainability unless we recognize the full range of its flexible capacities. I certainly don't mean to suggest that my approach would make all these difficult questions go away. Rather, my claim here is that this approach would focus our attention on the difficult questions that it would actually be most productive to be able to answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair? Yeah.
Ask one question. We have also a question online.
So we have an online question for Beate.
Yes.
Oh, for lines? Yeah. Yeah, it's a comprehensive question. At the same time, you stressed, and I totally agree that law is not value neutral. The problem here is that value burdened general provision are not easy to enforce. In this context, my question is, isn't sustainability law some kind of vision of implementation of policy of sustainability? And in the result, isn't it firstly a matter of broadly understood politics in its various fields, environmental, social, etc.? If you agree to this, the thesis, what else do you think can be done to convince society to the necessity of implementing the idea of sustainability also in the regulative way?
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you for the comprehensive question, which I'm now very glad to be getting in front of me. Okay, so we agree that the law is not value neutral, and whether sustainability law is some kind of vision of implementation of policy of sustainability, or we can see it like that, or we can see that implementing policies of sustainability is following up on sustainability provisions in law, which we have. We have sustainability in international law. We have it in EU treaty law as overarching objectives. We've heard now also through the previous presentations about how sustainability is increasingly expressed also in national constitutions. So in that sense, sustainability policies are then following up on that. But in a way, it's a bit the hen and the egg question, because law can be sustainability can be implemented in law also as overarching objectives as a result of a policy to do so, of changing social norms. And then whether this is a matter of broadly understood politics in its various fields. Well, in one sense, law is always politics. Law is one specific way of expressing political goals in a country. So I'm not sure if I can say more to that without going into a long philosophical debate, which would be very interesting, but I don't think we have time for that right now. And what else I think can be done to convince society to the necessity of implementing the idea of sustainability also in this regulative way? Well, I think the main problem is not to convince society that sustainability should be in law, because it already is in law. But what we need somehow to find out how to convince people is, including policymakers and decision makers in business and in finance, is that we need to follow up these overarching goals of sustainability in law in a way that really brings about the kind of fundamental transformation that we need. And I think the kind of discussions that we are having now is a very important part of this. We just heard in the previous presentation how we should not think about the way that the regulatory infrastructure for companies is both shaped and understood today, that is the only way of doing it. So So having an open approach to how we should regulate things and having open and participatory conversations, I think that has just become more and more clear. So in my presentation, I spoke about the need for interdisciplinarity, but I think what is also very important is transdisciplinarity. So that one of the things that we as academics can do is to go out and talk with people, we talk with policymakers, talk with people in business, and talk with people in societies. And in that way, students are so incredibly important, because the conversations we have with students can then also be reflected further. But I don't have the one line answer for how to shift societies over onto a more sustainable path. If I did and could implement that, then things would look very different. But good questions like these ones and an ongoing conversation is definitely a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have another couple of questions. The first one from Professor Florian Moslin.
Thank you very much. And thanks for fascinating presentations. I already had a chance to ask Beate bilaterally, so my question goes to Christopher. I love this picture of calibrating by corporate law, but my question would be how regulatory competition changes this picture. Doesn't it limit the power of corporate law to calibrate these various questions that you were referring to, in a sense that it might force corporate law to take shareholder interests more into account than might be necessary?
Yeah, so yeah, it's a great question. It's not my intention in employing this sort of technology metaphor to suggest that decisions could rather be made in some, some apolitical environment completely free of market and social forces, as Beate was discussing in her keynote. Obviously, those are very important drivers of what we choose to do and constrain choices in practical reality. It's not my intention to suggest that isn't the case. It is, though, to pick up on a point that Beate made just a moment ago, it is to say that sometimes we receive the way that we're doing things as if it was handed down to us etched in stone tablets, or as if it were derivable from some kind of fundamental economic law. I see this with my students in class all the time. They assume that because Delaware does it this way, that must be something that is deducible from some kind of scientific principle, that the reason it's done this way is because that's the right way to do it, or that it's somehow mathematically correct to do it that way. And so while I completely agree with the idea that in reality, the way that we set these levers is going to be constrained by regulatory competition, by all sorts of social and political and economic forces that are even just internal to a jurisdiction, at the same time, our whole conception of what is even possible is often sort of shackled to the way we're currently doing things, so that all we can imagine are little marginal sort of tweaks around the edges, sort of nibbling at these problems, rather than thinking in much more fundamental ways about what's possible. And so to sort of see how it doubles back on itself is an important point. The way that social and economic and legal forces and forces of regulatory competition and so forth apply, we need a realistic conception of all that. But the way that society forms its views of what we ought to do is often excessively constrained to what we're currently doing, back to the status quo point. And to sort of, what I'm most appealing for here is an opening up of the conversation to consider the full broad range of what's actually possible. It's not to necessarily suggest that any old crazy configuration of the levers is as good as any other, but it is to say, let's think really comprehensively and comparatively about what the options are, and we might come up with something better than we will if we have this very sort of blinkered view that is excessively shackled to the way that we do things now. Hopefully that was responsive. Yeah.
We have another, can you pass the microphone to David? Thank you so much. David Moncardine, thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, just complete by asking a question actually to the other two speakers. And I have a question for Daniele Porena, Professor Daniele Porena.
Is he still online?
Maybe not.
Suspense.
We lost him. I will never know the answer.
No.
And also, I mean, the question.
I can hear it's very low the volume, so I'm not sure to be able to hear, but let's try.
Okay.
You can hear me?
We can hear you.
You can hear me, yes?
Okay, so
the volume, you can hear me?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, you can hear?
We can hear you, Daniela.
The volume is very, I don't know why, but the volume is very low. So I try to hear the question, but I'm not sure to be able to hear, but let's try.
Okay, the question is about the idea of sustainability as related to future generations and whether future generation is to some extent misleading because of the pace of climate problem or environmental damage that we've seen. So is he maybe thinking about future generation as kicking the can down the road, right? Than thinking about what is happening now. So that's the question. And the question that I have for Professor De Leonardis is, I see a contradiction almost between, so I'm trying also to connect the presentation. So between Beate saying that we have to think about limits and your vision of sustainability that is a bit about win-win. So the economic and the social, and you know, the risk is that we value the environmental as long as it is economically viable, and it's going to be, you know, and maybe we need a bit more in the situation of crisis in which we're living.
I'm sorry, I understood only something about a climate change situation, but really, I don't know why, but the volume is really very, very low. So maybe Chiara can send me the question, and I can write something if we publish the report, but I don't know why it's.
Well, perhaps we can do this way. David is writing the question in the YouTube page so that you can read it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Daniela, thank you very much. And in the meanwhile, perhaps if Francesco wants to answer, thank you.
Okay, I think there is no contradiction between the idea of the limits and the idea of the pushing the economy, because if you want November 22 proposal of the European Commission about packaging, you can see that the idea is to modify the patterns of production. So in this case, the idea is that the environment is not a cost, simply a cost for the companies, but is a possible driver for the business. So if we change the goods, we change the production, we change the services, for example, fixing some technical requirements, and you can see, for example, a legislation about single kinds of goods. It's possible to link the growth with business. So we need the help of the companies to reach our objectives or our purposes. This is the idea, I think, of the paragraph 2 and the paragraph 3 of our Article 41 of the Italian Constitution.
Maybe now I understood something by the answer of the colleague, so I can tell you can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Maybe now I understood the question by the answer that gave my colleague. The problem is the conflict between economy and the protection of the environment. If there are there are some contradictions in this conflict. I think the problem is that there are colliding values in the constitution. Constitutions are the site of principles and value, but these principles and these values can be colliding in opposition each other. So it's a matter of constitutional balancing, and this matter is matter of proportionality. This means that the goal is to realize one value without compromise another value. So this is the classical technique of balancing of constitutional value. I hope that my answer is in line with the question. I have to interpret the question by the answer that gave my colleague. So I think this is the correct answer to this concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniela. No, actually, for you, the question was, well, no problem. No problem. It's not a problem. Thank you. No, if I may abuse of my position, just for another question to Francesco as well, and to a certain extent to Christopher. I am a bit frightened by Article 41 of the Constitution, because as a business lawyer, I know that perhaps, well, am I allowed to use this microphone? Because I think that he can hear me better this microphone than this. Thank you. Well, the Article 41 of the Constitution already sets some limits also to companies. And so they should be not against the public interest. But we know that companies can produce weapons. We know that companies can produce tobacco. We know that companies can produce alcohols and spirits and so on and so forth, even if they are dangerous for people. Why? Because the Constitution is not enactable directly. You need always the normal law, the ordinary law, to have it implemented. Since the 1950s, as business lawyers, we have been told, oh yes, but Article 41 of the Constitution is not really law, because it is needed the legal norm and the ordinary norm in order to have some constraints. And this would be too much functional, because it would be, okay, companies have too strict constraints. Now, in the Article 41, we have more constraints regarding the environment, for instance. And isn't it possible that it is just a manifesto and it isn't really intended to be followed by something that's really enforceable? This is my first question. The second question, Christopher knows that I find his construction very, very bright and absolutely great. The point is, it depends very much on the degree of autonomous, how much autonomous the shareholders are in defining each one of these patterns and each one of these sets. And not always, you pointed out very well when you said it depends very much on the lawmakers and how the lawmaking is made. But, and this is related to Florian's question as well, there are many cases, it is dependent on the public companies. You are referring more to public companies, to corporations, to large corporations, or private companies or small corporations that may have different kind of shareholders as well. Do you think that there are some boundaries that the states should put to these levels or not? Thank you.
Just quickly, when you say boundaries to these levels, what do you mean?
I mean, well, for instance, protection to employees or protection towards third parties or protection towards creditors. It could be excluded completely. Can we exclude to a certain extent? Is there some kind of public interest to maintain a certain degree of protection? This kind of issues that could be different from. We have the system based on legal capital as a sort of guarantee also for third parties.
Yeah.
You're not exactly the same in the state, correct? But well, we have minimum legal capital requirements that are intended also to protect creditors. Doesn't make sense, doesn't it? Do you think that some minimum boundaries should be put by the lawmakers?
Okay. So how shall we proceed? Do you want to go ahead?
Can you answer?
Okay, yeah. So as I understood it, there are two questions there. One is what about circumstances where we're not talking about publicly traded shares at all, where we're talking about highly concentrated, non-publicly traded ownership of stock, and in circumstances like that, I mean, even there it can vary from one jurisdiction to another. But some of the functional distinctions that I'm drawing don't apply in the same way. Say, for example, you're talking about a company where you have concentrated family ownership of a could be potentially sizable company. How should we think about the differences between capital regulation on the one hand and accessible stock on the other? Well, from the family's perspective, the difference between capital regulation on the one hand and accessible stock on the other, imposing the sorts of caps and limits that I was talking about, could be a distinction without a difference. I mean, it might, in that circumstance, it might not actually, I mean, it could matter for other regulatory purposes, tax, other sorts of things. But from the purposes of corporate regulation, functionally, it might not matter from their perspective, whether you're talking about forcing them to keep a big capital buffer in the company itself, or forcing them to maintain a capital buffer outside of the company. And if you're not talking about unlimited exposure, if you're going to cap it in various sorts of ways, that could be functionally equivalent to just requiring a certain amount of regulatory capital within the company. And so in that circumstance, the drivers of the choice might actually relate to other forms of regulation that make one or the other more complicated or more favorable. So hopefully that responded to that piece of the question. The other part, as I understood it, is, well, what about how do we think about generically how to protect creditors, or how generically how to protect employees within a given society, and whether it makes sense to do that through corporate law or in some other way. And there are two reasons why it's difficult, or at least two reasons why it's difficult to give some kind of mathematical answer to that. One is that societies are going to differ in their distributional politics. And so, for example, how much protection there should be for employees in a given society is difficult to, I mean, we could appeal to truly universal norms like international human rights law and things like that. But within a pretty broad range of appreciation, societies can legitimately arrive at different answers to those sorts of fundamentally distributional questions. And so there's that element of it that can be essentially idiosyncratic to the politics and social views of a given society. And then the other, which is something I think you're pointing to, is that there are other completely unrelated strategies for protecting various types of constituencies, let's say. So you can protect labor, you can protect the interests of the labor force in lots of other ways. You can protect it through labor and employment law, most obviously. You can protect it through the social welfare system, which is something I've written about elsewhere. And so I'll just say generically, I think you're right that some sensitivity to how the corporation as a mode of insulating those interests, how large that should loom for us, necessarily relates to the larger sort of political economic landscape and the larger legal landscape in terms of how robust the protections are through other kinds of legal avenues. The weaker there are, the greater the argument might be to really sort of preserve them through the corporation. Yeah.
Okay, I think that all the constitutional norms are are programmatic, are a manifesto. So, but there is a difference between paragraph 2 and paragraph 3. In the paragraph 2, there is not the intermediation of the common legislator, and in paragraph 3 there is. And the paragraph 3, in the paragraph 3 there is not an obligation, but there is shall determine appropriate programs and so on. So I think that really there is a change, but there is a shift in the most important rule of the Italian economic constitution. So, and this is a point, a fundamental point also for the companies. And we don't know in the future how the common legislator will act about this paragraph 3. But I think that thinking in Article 9, the change of Article 9, and with this new provision, my idea, in my point of view, we can see in the future a lot of new rules for the companies also.
Enforced by constitutional.
Yes,
the
yes,
problem.
yes, in the force of the yes, of course.
Is it? Any other questions? Sorry. Any other questions? No? Is it coffee time, bro?
Yes.
Coffee break time. Thank you. We are? Ah, okay.
if we can keep the presentation to 15 minutes, and forgive me if I will have to inform you when the time is about to expire. So this session is about governance and reporting. So this is one of the beauty of this project, where we are starting from the law perspective, but we are including many other disciplines. And specifically here, we talk about economics, companies, and sustainability related to reporting and to how to involve stakeholders in the results of strategies of companies really engaged with sustainability. So it's a very, very hot topic, very, very relevant. And I'm very pleased to have 4 speakers with us. So interdisciplinarity and also intersectoral perspective. One of the speakers will also speak in of company group he's working with. So we will have this mixture of academic and non-academic perspective. Let's start with Florian Moslen from the University of Marburg, Germany. Florian, the floor is yours. The challenges of sustainable company management in a digitalizing society. So 15 minutes, and I will give you the time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the kind introduction. Actually, it's a huge topic that I have been given by Alessio, and it goes far beyond reporting topics. It's about the challenge of sustainability company management in a digitalizing society. So the basic question is, how do sustainability and digitalization relate to each other? And we're talking here really about 2 very fundamental and very powerful drivers of transformation. Both are priorities of the European Commission, and both are great challenges of our time. But how do they really interact with each other? That is the question I want to focus at in my presentation. A few years ago, the answer was that the intersection of these 2 trends remains largely unexplored territory. So let me invite you to a journey to discover this territory. On the one hand, digitalization has negative effects on sustainability. And just to give you one example that is very often cited, it's about the energy consumption of blockchain technologies, which are really consuming a lot of energy, a lot of natural resources. And there's even a consumption tracker online where you can track the consumption of energy of blockchain on a daily basis, also on a country basis. And you see here that the entire energy consumption of blockchain is almost the same as some major countries such as Ukraine or even Poland. Now, if you put that into perspective with other economic sectors, it is well, the relation is a bit different, because on this picture here, you see that blockchain, as compared to industry, as compared to data services, as compared to finance, as compared to many other business sectors, only plays a limited role in energy consumption. But still, it is quite considerable, and it needs to be taken into account. Let me also tell you that there is some more funny pictures on that website, comparing the energy consumption of blockchain to the energy consumption of tea, and to the energy consumption of the University of Cambridge. So it's quite fun to look at that website. Now, let me give you another example where digitalization can have a positive impact on sustainability. And the example that I've chosen is the so-called digital twins, which is basically a way of simulating real things, real environments on a computer-based software. The most prominent example is the Port of Rotterdam, who has introduced the digital twin project already a couple of years ago. And this simulation allows to reduce emissions of ships and of the port infrastructure significantly by calculating all these the tides and all these different influences of nature. And it allows to organize the traffic in this port in a way that emissions can be significantly reduced. And to pay tribute to the Scandinavian countries and to Beate in particular, I've also chosen another example of Scandlines, the ferries that have also introduced a digital twin project in the hope of reducing their emissions. Now, this tension between sustainability on the one hand and digitalization on the other hand is also a topic on the European level, on the European policy level. There is an interesting report published by the Joint Research Center last year that really tries to put a focus on this relationship. It starts with the observation that green and digital transition interact and can also clash, but it tries to find solutions how to ensure that the green and digital transitions mutually reinforce each other. So rather than being in conflict, reinforcing each other, it defines a set of requirements for this reinforcement, and it also defines key areas of action, but it's very, very general and very, very broad. Strengthening the resilience, stepping up green and digital diplomacy, for instance, are very far-reaching and very general proposition. It doesn't get very concrete in this report, but the report has an impact on the European Commission's strategic foresight reports. Already the report of 2022 was driven by the idea to combine these two transitions, and the next report will be informed by this study of the JRC. Now, what I want to do is to be a bit more concrete and to focus on companies and to focus on the duties of directors more specifically. So the research question would be, how are these twin transitions reflected in directors' duties? Now, let me briefly give you an overview of my paper by starting with the sustainability duties of company directors, then to ask the question whether digital devices can be helpful to fulfill these duties, and then to develop some kind of digital or directors' twin transition duties. So duties of directors to balance sustainability and digitalization. Of course, corporate duties and sustainability duties of directors are such a very broad topic that has been discussed both by Beate and other academics for quite a while in a general company law framework, but it becomes much more specific now in the proposal for a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence. A directive that is mainly concerned with supply chains, but which has, at least for the time being, some very important corporate elements in it. And it defines a range of duties for directors that are very much related to sustainability. For instance, Article 15 stipulates provisions on climate change, and it requires companies to adopt a plan to ensure that the business model and strategy of the company are compatible with the transition to a sustainable economy, and with the limit of global warming to 1.5 degree in line with the Paris Agreement. In addition, companies are required to identify, on the basis of information reasonably available to the company, the extent to which climate change is a risk for or an impact of the company's operations. So companies really need to take into account their impact on the economy in a positive but also in a negative way. Article 25 is even more broader in the sense that it's not only concerned with climate change, but with sustainability in a large sense. And it's addressed to directors more specifically, which needs to take into account the consequences of their decisions for sustainability matters, including where applicable human rights, climate change, and environmental consequences in the short, medium, and long term. And third provision that I want to draw your attention to is Article 26, which is about a duty of oversight, due diligence duties. So it's more of a procedural nature rather than the substantive provisions in Article 15 and 25. And they require directors for to put in place and overseeing the due diligence actions referred to in some other provisions of the directive, and more importantly, to take steps to adapt the corporate strategy to take into account the actual and potential adverse impact. So the entire corporate strategy needs to take into account and to strengthen sustainability matters. So this is really defining to a very concrete and very far-reaching extent, and it has an impact on directors' duties and to their degree of business judgment and to their discretion, to their range of discretion. Now, let me briefly discuss what digital devices, or whether digital devices can help to achieve and to fulfill these sustainability duties. And I want to give you 3 different examples related to 3 different digital phenomena. The first are online platforms, as we all know from internet, social media, and so on. But there are also online platforms that allow companies to directly interact with suppliers of raw material, like the ones that are on the slide here. And this allows to omit intermediaries in the supply chains. And if you look at that directive, it tries to tackle the problem of long supply chains and the problem of knowing the sustainability impact along these long supply chains. So if online platforms shorten supply chains by leaving out intermediaries, it is much easier to observe, to track the sustainability input of raw materials. And actually, there are also some instruments like the raw material supply chain viewer that use digital devices to track these implications. Second example related to distributed ledger technologies. Well, I have mentioned that making sure that the supply is really as sustainable as it is said to be is a core problem here, because as a company you have the challenge that you cannot really control what a supplier in Far East, the Far South, anywhere on the globe, how the production processes are organized, how sustainable these suppliers really act. And blockchain technology can help by create some kind of certificates based on the blockchain that can serve as a proof for sustainable production or sustainable use of resources. So there are some practical examples, but there is also some academic research on the use of blockchain for sustainable supply chain management. Third example, in order to keep my time. Third example are data analytics and artificial intelligence technologies. Again, they can help to keep track and also to anticipate certain consumption trends. So that is even that does go beyond just tracking the supply chain, because it can help companies to change their production processes. For instance, when it comes to the consumption of natural resources, of energy, then they can produce at times when energy supply is high anyway, or when sustainable energy can be used, rather than at times when this is not the case. So predictive analytics of weather data, for instance, can help to determine peak times and to optimize the use of energy storage systems, for instance. And there are, again, some interesting projects, both of the industry, IBM, for instance, that has raised a call for code in order to improve production processes by using data analytics and artificial intelligence. And also the German Research Center on Artificial Intelligence is working very intensively in this field. So these are 3 examples where digital technology can really help companies to act more sustainable. Now, how does this reflect or how does this change directors' duties? Well, the core question is really, are directors allowed or even required to take advantage of these digital tools in order to comply with the duties that I have mentioned before? Well, allowed is not really a question. It used to be a question whether directors are allowed to rely on AI decision proposals, AI-based decision proposals, because the argument was that the decision needs to be taken by the directors themselves rather than by technology. But I think with AI technologies developing, it is now very clear that AI is a useful tool, a useful instrument to help directors to take better decisions. So the real question is, are directors even required to take advantage of these technologies? Is there a duty to use digital technologies in order to behave more sustainable, or does that conflict with the traditional business judgment rule? And to be very brief in the remaining 2 minutes, my argument is that the tightening of directors' duties in the directive, in the proposal of the directive, limits the business judgment rule anyhow, that it limits directorial discretion, and thereby it intensifies the duty to take advantage of digital tools. If you think about the requirement to take into account the consequences of their decisions for sustainability matters, for instance, that is something that I would argue would really requires digital tools, because otherwise you just cannot get that information. And also, more substantially, the need to adapt business model and strategy of the company would seem to require the tools that I've just mentioned before. So both on a procedural level, getting information, but also on a more substantive level of changing the business strategy. My argument really is that if this directive sees the light of really being coming into force, then there will be a requirement to use digital technologies to increase corporate sustainability. And I think that would be a good way to combine and to make sure that these two very fundamental transformative trends play together and do not conflict with each other. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Florian. Thank you so much. Florian is not only a professor at the Philipp University of Marburg, but is also visiting professor at the University of Macerata. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it was really a pleasure to listen to your presentation that is giving really a general framework under which analyzing then the following topics. And I would like also to remind that we have currently a European funded project in our department, coordinated with our department, on the use of blockchain technology to promote sustainability. So this is perfect for us. So I was very interested in knowing about this directive. So very, very important. Thank you so much. We will have some time for a question later. So I will move to Marco Brocca. Maybe he's online. I will go to the computer now. He's from the University of Salento, and the topic is governing the relationship between public and private in a sustainable way.
Thank you, President. Grazie, Presidente. Perdonatemi anzitutto perché parlerò in italiano e consentitemi di ringraziare gli organizzatori del convegno per questo invito graditissimo e gli amici di Macerata, in particolare i professori De Leonardis e Feliziani. Vengo al tema, il tema dei rapporti tra la parte pubblica e la parte privata nella gestione dell'ambiente. Prospettiva complessa, prospettiva che evoca una serie di questioni. La questione istituzionale, quindi la definizione dei livelli istituzionali ottimali di governo dell'ambiente. La questione funzionale, la questione cioè della ricerca di strumenti efficaci di tutela dell'ambiente. Questioni che si intersecano e che il legislatore tradizionalmente ha affrontato con la logica di tipo command and control, una logica che si traduce in un uso sempre più massiccio di strumenti come le autorizzazioni, i vincoli, i piani, gli standard, i controlli, le sanzioni. Strumenti che denotano una logica autoritativa, imperativa, unilaterale, cogente, una logica che richiama i poteri amministrativi. E questa è la logica tradizionale, certamente ineliminabile, ma probabilmente, o anzi, diciamo, non più la logica unica, la logica esclusiva. Una logica che richiama dal punto di vista soggettivo la centralità dei soggetti pubblici, la centralità del ruolo dei soggetti pubblici. Il diritto dell'ambiente è stato definito un laboratorio di ingegneria istituzionale, perché sulla scena ci sono tanti soggetti pubblici, dalle amministrazioni statali a quelle locali, ma non ci sono solo le amministrazioni territoriali, ci sono amministrazioni funzionali, tecniche, non territoriali. E la questione è quella di mettere ordine, di sistemare la scena dei soggetti pubblici. Le prospettive, no, possono essere tante. Certamente una stella polare la ricaviamo dalla Costituzione, dal principio di sussidiarietà, articolo 118 della Costituzione, che come sappiamo è quel principio che mette in evidenza la necessità di privilegiare gli enti più vicini al territorio, il comune anzitutto. Eppure nel settore ambientale noi vediamo un assetto delle competenze in cui il baricentro è, come dire, sbilanciato verso l'alto. I poli del baricentro sono essenzialmente lo Stato e la Regione. Perché? Perché nel diritto dell'ambiente intervengono ulteriori considerazioni. L'ente chiamato a esercitare funzioni amministrative deve garantire un elevato livello di conoscenze e competenze tecnico-specialistiche per la gestione dell'ambiente. E poi c'è la questione dei localismi. L'ente più vicino al territorio potrebbe essere condizionato, se non catturato, da pressioni di natura diversa. Un atteggiamento più blando per la tutela dell'ambiente per favorire interessi economici, o l'esatto contrario, un atteggiamento di iperprotezionismo ambientale. E quindi si dice preferibile allontanarsi dal territorio. Un ente più lontano dal territorio forse utilizza una lente più sfocata per leggere il territorio, meno approfondita, ma il suo, come dire, giudizio sarà più neutrale, più distaccato. La questione resta aperta. Probabilmente occorrerebbe una maggiore, come dire, riflessione sulla, proprio ripartendo dal principio di sussidiarietà, che evoca questioni. Ne cito soltanto una questione pendente dinanzi alla Corte Costituzionale, sollevata recentemente dal TAR Brescia. Peraltro l'udienza si terrà la prossima settimana, il 4 aprile, che riguarda proprio il principio di sussidiarietà. La questione è la seguente: il TAR solleva dubbi di legittimità costituzionale di una legge lombarda relativa alla bonifica dei siti contaminati, legge lombarda che trasferisce la funzione di autorizzazione alla bonifica dei siti contaminati, funzione che il legislatore statale ha imputato alla regione, la regione la trasferisce ai comuni. Il TAR solleva dubbi di legittimità costituzionale per violazione dell'articolo 117, comma secondo, lettera S. Quell'articolo che attribuisce al legislatore statale la potestà legislativa esclusiva in materia di tutela dell'ambiente. E questo inciderà molto sull'applicabilità del principio di sussidiarietà nell'assetto delle competenze in materia ambientale. Perché se questo principio può essere azionato, diciamo così, solo dal legislatore statale, è chiaro che gli esiti, come ci dice il quadro attuale, saranno di estrema difficoltà. Ma se questo è il, come dire, versante pubblico, con la complessità del versante pubblico, possiamo spostarci a guardare il versante privato, dei soggetti privati, nel quale, diciamo, il diritto dell'ambiente tradizionalmente è stato all'avanguardia, riconoscendo spazi di azione ai soggetti privati nei processi decisionali ambientali. Penso al momento della partecipazione, penso a istituti come l'informazione ambientale, forme di partecipazione come il dibattito pubblico o l'inchiesta pubblica, oppure alla partecipazione delle associazioni ambientaliste nei procedimenti amministrativi e ai fini dell'accesso alla giustizia amministrativa. Istituti nati nell'ambito del diritto dell'ambiente e poi, come dire, trapiantati in termini generali nell'ordinamento. Ma quello è il momento della partecipazione. Possiamo spostare l'attenzione al momento propriamente decisionale, al momento di costituzione della decisione. E qui la logica cambia. La logica non è più quella unilaterale, imperativa, no? Tipica degli strumenti di command and control. La logica è quella del consenso, dell'accordo, della negoziazione, dell'amministrazione consensuale, che ha nell'ordinamento diversi riferimenti normativi. Penso all'articolo 11 della legge 241 del 90, penso all'articolo 2 della legge 662 del 96 sulla programmazione negoziata, gli accordi di programma ad esempio. Penso all'articolo 119 del testo unico degli enti locali sugli accordi di collaborazione. Tutti modelli che trovano diverse applicazioni nel diritto dell'ambiente. Restando ai testi fondamentali, ad esempio al codice dell'ambiente, decreto legislativo 152 del 2006, è interessante ad esempio l'articolo 9, siamo tra i primi articoli del testo normativo, che con riferimento ai procedimenti di VIA, VAS e AIA considera il ricorso all'accordo come oggetto di una norma procedurale generale. Si può procedere attraverso accordi per disciplinare lo svolgimento di attività di interesse comune nell'ambito di questi procedimenti, dice la norma, ai fini della semplificazione e della maggiore efficacia dei procedimenti. Restando nel codice, un settore privilegiato di applicazione dell'accordo come modus agendi generale è il settore dei rifiuti. L'articolo 206, che richiama la possibilità di stipulare tra parte pubblica e parte privata accordi per diversi profili nella gestione dei rifiuti, dalla sperimentazione di tecniche di riduzione, di recupero dei rifiuti, sino al sistema dei controlli nelle attività di recupero dei rifiuti. Qui facciamo riferimento al privato come operatore economico. Potremmo richiamare ulteriori settori contigui all'ambiente, l'agricoltura ad esempio. Il decreto legislativo di riforma del settore agricolo del 2001 già parla di contratti di collaborazione, contratti di promozione, convenzioni tra pubblica amministrazione e imprenditore agricolo. Penso ad esempio alle convenzioni, articolo 15 del decreto legislativo. La logica è quella dell'accordo, delle prestazioni corrispettive, Il privato si impegna a garantire la tutela e la cura del territorio, la salvaguardia del paesaggio, la promozione delle produzioni alimentari locali. La parte pubblica garantisce cosa? Agevolazioni fiscali, riduzioni tributarie, realizzazione di opere pubbliche, finanziamenti. Più recentemente cito il decreto semplificazioni del 2021 che ha introdotto l'istituto dell'accordo di foreste. Parte pubblica e soggetti privati, gli operatori, le imprese forestali, ma anche semplicemente i proprietari di superfici boscate. L'accordo serve per superare uno dei limiti del settore forestale, la parcellizzazione fondiaria. E attraverso l'accordo queste parti individuano soluzioni tecniche ed economiche e interventi necessari di tutela delle foreste da rischi idrogeologici, dagli incendi boschivi, da rischi naturali. Ma l'accordo è anche l'occasione per promuovere progetti forestali di natura culturale, paesaggistica, turistica. Se guardiamo ai privati come parte di collettività, di comunità locali, ecco che dai territori provengono diverse esperienze modulate sul paradigma del consenso, dell'accordo. Esperienze variamente denominate, patti, contratti, convenzioni, accordi, progetti territoriali. Spesso nati, come dire, sulla base di un dato normativo debole, perché non c'erano riferimenti normativi statali soprattutto. Le prime esperienze invocavano ad esempio la direttiva sulle acque per i contratti di fiume, la Convenzione di Firenze sul paesaggio, i contratti di paesaggio, la Convenzione di Aarhus, principio di partecipazione, o addirittura direttamente la Costituzione italiana, ancora una volta l'articolo 118, ma questa volta il principio di sussidiarietà orizzontale. Penso ai patti di collaborazione. Progressivamente il legislatore ha dato copertura normativa a queste esperienze, mostrando attenzione e condivisione verso queste iniziative. Non sempre. Sono disciplinati i contratti di fiume, ma non anche i contratti di paesaggio, ad esempio. Abbiamo diverse esperienze oggi disciplinate, contratti di fiume, contratti di paesaggio. Penso agli interventi sull'ambiente urbano, i patti di collaborazione o gli interventi di sussidiarietà orizzontale, articolo 189 del Codice dei contratti pubblici. Peraltro segnalo che nel nuovo Codice dei contratti pubblici, che entrerà in vigore dopodomani praticamente, la sussidiarietà orizzontale viene elevata a principio, articolo 6 addirittura. Ma penso al PNRR e all'esperienza delle green communities, unione di comuni, accordi tra comuni, accordi aperti ai soggetti privati, volti a una promozione delle risorse primarie dei territori, boschi, paesaggi, acqua, con l'intento anche di promuovere nuovi rapporti di queste comunità rurali, montane, con le comunità urbane e metropolitane, in una sorta di, come dire, incrocio tra esigenze diverse, mantenendo e valorizzando le specificità. Vado verso la conclusione. Per mettere in evidenza come da queste esperienze possiamo ricavare un approccio, come dire, diverso da quello tradizionale, diverso e anche inverso, potremmo dire. Se l'approccio tradizionale, come dicevo prima, è autoritativo, cogente, fatto di strumenti che calano dall'alto, Stato e regioni soprattutto, e che vedono nell'ambiente un vincolo negativo all'attività dei privati, all'attività economica, questo nuovo approccio è di tipo consensuale, volontario, muove dal basso e guarda all'ambiente, lo diceva prima il professore De Leonardis, come un driver di sviluppo, una risorsa territoriale, potremmo dire un vincolo positivo. Attenzione, questa nuova logica certamente non pretende di superare la logica tradizionale, di, come dire, porsi come antagonista, alternativa alla logica tradizionale, ma una logica forse integrativa, una logica aggiuntiva, una logica che potrebbe trovare terreno fertile in quel processo ancora embrionale di affermazione del modello di economia circolare. Economia circolare che non è solo un modello che reclama un'evoluzione dal punto di vista economico, ma anche istituzionale. Richiamo il professore De Leonardis e la sua ricostruzione dell'evoluzione della forma statuale come stato circolare. Una forma quindi economica ma anche istituzionale che guarda alle regole degli ecosistemi naturali, dove tutto si riutilizza e nulla si perde, e che muove dalla consapevolezza che ci sono dei limiti invalicabili da rispettare. Una forma di stato circolare in cui la parola d'ordine è la relazione e l'interconnessione, tipiche degli ecosistemi naturali. Che vuol dire che cosa? Da un punto di vista economico, promozione di catene di valore più lunghe, sostenibili, integrate, ma che da un punto di vista istituzionale vuol dire promuovere la collaborazione tra soggetti pubblici, ma anche tra soggetti pubblici e privati. Penso ad esempio al ruolo che il soggetto pubblico potrebbe avere per promuovere, per incoraggiare gli operatori economici che si cimentano nella progettazione sostenibile o ecocompatibile, nell'ecodesign. Imprenditori, operatori economici attenti non tanto al fine vita dei prodotti, ma all'inizio vita, e quindi investire sulla progettazione dei prodotti, puntando sulla durabilità e sui corollari della riutilizzabilità e riparabilità. Ma l'economia circolare vuole anche dire, richiamo ancora il professore De Leonardis, economia a chilometro zero. Nell'economia circolare non si tratta soltanto di usare e valorizzare risorse rinnovabili, ma anche le risorse disponibili, disponibili in loco, disponibili in prossimità. E probabilmente questo sistema andrà a valorizzare le, come dire, specificità dei territori, le biodiversità territoriali, i paesaggi culturali, naturali, turistici, enogastronomici, tipici ad esempio del nostro paese. E questo porterà ad una valorizzazione del ruolo delle collettività locali, che sappiamo sono artefici e custodi del paesaggio e del territorio. Insomma, nuove sfide alle quali è chiamato il diritto dell'ambiente e che forse dovrebbe affrontare in nome della sua vocazione tradizionale. Negli anni 90 Federico Spantigati citava e definiva il diritto dell'ambiente come un diritto sonda. Più recentemente il professore Ferrara parla del diritto dell'ambiente come il salotto buono del diritto pubblico. Il diritto dell'ambiente capace di intercettare prima di altre branche del diritto nuovi interessi, nuove esigenze, nuovi bisogni, e che è capace di tradurre con istituti e soluzioni nuove, originali, utili non soltanto per il settore dell'ambiente, ma forse esportabili e valide per tutto l'ordinamento. Grazie.
Grazie.
Thank you, grazie.
Thank you so much. I just would like to remind that Professor Brocca is Professor of Administrative Law at the University of Salento, and is author of many publications on law and environment. And for our students, I would like to underline his recent book on interessi ambientali e decisioni amministrative, just in case you would like to go deep into this topic. Professor Brocca highlighted the importance of relation and interconnection, and how environmental law can become also a promoter of innovation, not only a constraint, as maybe sometimes we are used to do, but could be a support in implementing many innovations. So thank you, Professor Brocca. I'm sorry that you could not join us, but thank you again for participating to this panel. So we go on with Desiree Ahern from the Trinity College of Dublin on sustainability reporting and the new directive and its impact on SMEs. So we go back to this idea of law supporting innovation, and we focus on SMEs. That will be also the focus of the next and the last speaker. So thank you, Professor Ahern. Thank you for being with us. So 15 minutes, and I will tell you when you have 2 more minutes to go. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Chair. I'll do my best to cut down the presentation. And many thanks indeed also to Alessia for the very kind invitation to present to you today. So I'm really looking at the journey in sustainability reporting, and particularly how things have moved from the non-financial reporting directive and its journey to the corporate sustainability reporting directive as it is today. I'm particularly interested in as well giving a little bit of a context on SMEs and how it might affect them, as well as giving a general overview of the context. So I'm skipping through a little bit of background there, but I think it's important to emphasize the journey that the EU has taken at a policy level from its original position that CSR was something entirely voluntary to its changed position beginning in 2011, when it began to emphasize the responsibility of businesses for their impacts on society. And it also dovetailed into a post-financial crisis reflection by the EU, which emphasized sustainability as a long-term driver of the EU economy and our social market economy, and everything that was broken with a short-term profit corporate agenda. When we looked at the non-financial reporting directive, it was view was that transparency would create trust and would help to, I suppose, get out of the problems of voluntary reporting, and particularly greenwashing. It's often said that sunlight is the best form of disinfectant, and this idea of bringing matters out into the open so that they could be judged by stakeholders was at the heart of the non-financial reporting directive. It was quite limited in its application, being limited to large public interest entities, and that's something that we will see is revisited in the opening up of its application now in its Mark II, which is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. It was also quite, I suppose, narrow in terms of its minimum content summarized here that companies would have to report on. It was quite broadly outlined as well. And what I've argued previously is that the main function of the NFRD was to mainstream sustainability disclosures within broadly defined parameters. So it was helpful in that way, but one of the key problems with it was the regulatory design. So we weren't talking about mandatory reporting here. We were talking about a comply or explain model where companies could choose to comply, or else they could simply provide an explanation as to why they weren't engaging in non-financial reporting, as it was called at that time. And that obviously was, a key problem with it, that it was preaching to the converted largely. So just summarizing the main problems that sort of emerged out of the NFRD in terms of how it played out. Very limited number of undertakings were within scope. So it applies only to about 11,000 companies in the EU. I've just been saying that the non-mandatory model was really problematic. And it also led to disclosures which were quite variable, and it didn't always lead to a real engagement with sustainability. And likewise, the lack of a standardization was also seen as a problem here. So we didn't have the Commission or the EU designing standards for reporting. And although there were guidelines issued, they weren't considered to be binding, or they weren't considered to be detailed enough in nature as to have the desired effect of increasing the quality of disclosures. There was also no real requirement there of mandatory assurance, which was also seen as something that would be useful to ensure that companies were actually really stating and walking the walk and talking the talk, that they were actually aligned with what they were saying. So we had a problem with token engagement versus real engagement here, and stakeholders who needed the data were left with problems. So the CSRD came on the back of a big review of the NFRD that was scheduled to happen. It was published as a proposal in 2021, and it was finally adopted in December 2022 and came into force in January of this year, with an implementation date of next July, or July 2024, I should say. So I think that the change in language here is noticeable. First of all, that we're now using the word sustainability reporting, which is great, because we're recognizing, first of all, the equivalence of sustainable reporting with non-financial reporting. And we're recognizing also that sustainability matter in terms of financial risk, and also they matter in terms of opportunities as well for companies. So that's really significant in itself. In terms of just the movement towards it, there have been many influences, which I won't go through, that you're familiar with, I think, in this audience, as a backdrop, not just the revision of the the NFRD, but all of this backdrop of greening the agenda. And against that as well, we also saw market demand rising for clear and comparable data on sustainability, driven by the Sustainable Finance Action Plan and the need for investors to also report on the sustainability of their investments. So there's a huge market appetite, and also a part of a whole EU agenda here for greening the economy. So that is all that drove things forward considerably. I think it's really interesting to note how many more companies are within the net here of the CSRD. So we now have, like, all large companies, publicly traded companies, including listed SMEs. So that's really significant. It excludes the smaller micro-listed enterprises. And you might ask, well, why was that being done? Well, there was a view here that if SMEs are listed, we should make sure that they don't get discriminated against in the sustainable investment market, because investors need information now, you remember, on sustainability. So we need SMEs who are listed to be able to provide that information so they can get investor capital as well, and be essentially competing on a more or less level playing field. Although we'll see that they have reduced or simplified reporting standards, bearing in mind that they are much smaller in nature. So what matters must be reported on? Well, I can't go through these in any detail, but we have ESG drilled down to in a lot more detail, as we will see here, with much more focus coming in on different areas. And indeed, the social issue is being very much looked at the moment, with companies maybe divesting from assets due to the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So the social side has been very influential. What we also note here is governance factors being included for the first time that weren't mentioned in the NFRD. So lots of detail going on there. And significantly as well, we will now see that sustainability reporting will occur in an identifiable section of the management report. It's going to be called a sustainability statement. That's what the draft European standards are saying at the moment. So that means that it's less likely to be buried in information overload somewhere, and it'll be easier to see. We have the same idea of double materiality going on, and it's made clear that companies need to both look backwards at what they've done in terms of compliance and progress, but also look forward in terms of strategy as well, and look at their impacts on themselves and their impacts on the wider world. Just going to skip that slide for reasons of time. But one of the most interesting aspects, I think, is the idea that there will be a cascade effect created by extended value chain reporting being required. So we see here that there is a requirement for companies to be able to report on material aspects of their principal or actual adverse impacts, in not only in their own operations, but also in their upstream supply chain and their business relationships downstream, and in relation to their products and services. So that will have an effect right across the value chain in terms of bringing in information from other suppliers. That is, that's a really big thing. And it has been noted that there's going to be a 3-year period where leeway is given to companies as to whether or not they can get that information, because it's very difficult, particularly if your suppliers are outside the EU or they're small suppliers, for example. I'm going to skip the slide about mandatory assurance, but we're going to see that being phased in as well. In terms of SMEs, I would note that there is a restricted or simplified reporting regime for them. And I think that's only fair, that it's going to be more difficult for them, at least initially, to kind of phase into this. So they don't have to report on their extended value chain. It's a much more just about their principal risks and impacts that they have, and they don't have to do that because it's going to be more difficult. They've also been given a bit more time to phase in here. It's also really significant, I think, to note that many SMEs will not be caught directly because they're not listed SMEs, but they will be caught because they're within the value chain of other companies, large companies. So they may be being asked for information, so that impact could be quite significant as their information will be requested from them. So sorry, we just see that reporting timeline that SMEs get a little bit more time in terms of being able to phase in and get used to the costs and setup and time resources as well they will need compared with other companies in the field. At the moment, we are waiting for final adoption of European sustainability reporting standards. We will have the first set of these later this year, and then a further and more specialized ones will come by June of 2024. And I think it's also worth noting here that we're going to be seeing specific standards for listed SMEs. There's a community working group going on at the moment with IFRAG on this. So their standards will be scaled down, reflecting that they're different sort of environment and that they work in. And it's hoped that not only listed SMEs would use these, but also that other SMEs, for example, who have to provide information to other in-scope companies would also voluntarily use them. So that should assist SMEs in their task. So some final reflections on the SME context, although we're awaiting a lot of the information from the reporting standards. I think it's important to say that SMEs, they are a considerable proportion of companies in the EU, and they do have a considerable economic activity and environmental impacts. But at the same time, there are significant costs and resource challenges for SMEs as they try to transition into this. So I think it's really important that they're supported by industry bodies and by member states as well, and that those reporting standards will be helpful to them. So I think that's going to be really something to watch as we go on. It will also be really interesting to see how the ball starts rolling, and that other SMEs will likely voluntarily start to opt in, and we will start to see the whole cascade effect happening for SMEs and indeed just companies throughout the EU. So in a way, I think all companies, including SMEs, can play their part in the green transition. And I'm certainly excited to see how this will play out in the time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Arn. Professor Arn is Professor of Commercial Law. And I think that her speech is very well interconnected with Florian's speech, as SME and cost reduction is essential when reporting, and technology can do a lot also in pushing the use of sustainability reporting through the blockchain possibility of tracking all the value chain and all the phases of production and distribution. So we will go on now with the last presentation from Professor Roberto Del Goppo, and he will talk about sustainability accounting in family business of Marche region, a case study. So thank you so much for your speech. You're part of a project of cooperation with a local multinational company, very successful. So we will end with very interesting presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Alessio for the invitation. So the study I'm going to present is a part or a small part of a broader research, which is at the preliminary stage and is relative to the sustainability accounting in a specific context, the family businesses. In the literature, family businesses has been recognized as a separate context, both for their heterogeneous characteristics and for the family involvement in business operations and managerial roles. So the aim of the study is to provide an insight into the impact of certain characteristics of family businesses on the adoption of sustainability accounting through a case study of a large family business in the Marche region. So the research question is the following: what are the motivational drivers and barriers to the adoption of sustainability accounting, or more generally, or environmental management accounting in family businesses? Why this research question? In the literature, there is a limited number of studies that explore triggers and barriers to the adoption of sustainability accounting in family business. And these studies, the findings of these studies are often contradictory with regard to a number of aspects. For example, as we can see in this table, the absolute family ownership and the family involvement in management has been recognized both as triggers and barriers. And there is no agreement among researchers on which is the most important factor, external factor or internal factor, that can motivate or hinder to the adoption of sustainability accounting. So given these sometimes contradictory findings, there is a need for a more qualitative research to expand the understanding and to develop a solid, realistic, and reliable conclusion on the adoption of sustainability accounting in family businesses. So the aims of this study is to provide a contribution in this sense. The research is based on a case study of a large family business in the Marche region, which as known is one of industrial districts where the majority of furniture production in Italy takes place. And the company is Lube Industries, which is the leader in the kitchen furniture market at national level. And the company has an absolute family ownership and is not a small, medium enterprise. This is important because the external studies on sustainability accounting in family businesses are mainly focusing on family-owned small, medium enterprises. So there is a lack of research covering the context of large family businesses. The company selected had a turnover of 300 million euros at the end of 2022 and has 750 employees. So in February 2023, I conducted the semi-structured interviews with the 3 key executives in the company belonging to the generation of the family, that is the CEO, who is of the first generation of family. He is the brother-in-law of the founder and joined the company at the very beginning. The general manager, who is responsible for management control processes, and the chief R&D officer. These 2 executives are instead of the the second generation of the family. They are respectively son and nephew of the CEO. The first set of questions concern the degree of knowledge of the recent environmental regulation, and all 3 executives said that they has been briefed by the consultants who continuously work for the company. This aspect emphasizes the importance of the business sides as a determinant of for the adoption for the sustainability accounting adoption. But the business sides does not necessarily influence the approach toward the sustainability accounting. For example, the CEO said that he is not particularly interested in this environmental regulation because he believes that it's an aspect to be delegated entirely to the compliance consultants. And as no large businesses usually use a professional compliance consultancy services. And so he has a reactive approach to the environmental sustainability regulation. In contrast, the general manager and the chief R&D officer said that they would like to know more about this regulation. Particularly, the chief R&D officer has shown to be involved. He believes that all employees in the company should be engaged with environmental accounting processes. He believes that they should help to identify duties and responsibilities of their roles in this sense. So he has a more proactive approach. The second set of questions concern the importance attributed to the concept of environmental and social sustainability and the sustainability accounting. And the interviews highlight significantly different opinions. For example, the CEO believes that the topic of sustainability, of environmental sustainability, is of little interest because he said that the company produces kitchen by assembling components made by its suppliers. So in his opinion, the suppliers are the subjects that must be more attentive to environmental impact of the products. Moreover, he said that in times of economic crisis, companies are thinking about survival. For example, how to deal with inflation, with consumption decrease, and are marginally concerned about environmental sustainability. The general manager has a less clear-cut position because he believes that the efforts and resources should be dedicated to other aspects more relevant for the company's competitiveness. In contrast, Chief R&D Officer believes that this issue has great value because the whole world is moving in this direction. He believes that consumers are becoming more sensitive to environmental issues. So there are significant different opinions about this. To deepen this aspect, another questions concern the importance attributed to the reputational benefits from environmental and social sustainability communication. And the CEO said that these initiatives are of less value for the company for several reasons. For example, he said that most suppliers sell same component to all competing companies. So in the kitchen furniture market, the attention to environmental sustainability, in his opinion, does not produce a real competitive advantage. Moreover, he said that all companies must comply with the same environmental regulation. So the competition is played out on other variables. For example, he believes that the customers choose a kitchen based on other variables, such as quality, design, the company experience in kitchen production, and not on the company's environmental sustainability reputation. The general manager has substantially the same point of view. He believes that there is a market niche more sensitive to environmental issues, which can be attracted by the communication of social environmental initiatives. In contrast, Chief R&D Officer believes that the environmental and social sustainability communication can be very useful to maintain a competitive advantage from the smaller players, which cannot bear the high cost necessary to obtain the certification. Another question concern, the last question, concern the importance of the implementation cost as a barrier to the adoption of sustainability accounting. And the CEO said that the company would have gladly done without this cost because the company competes with international competitors which charge lower prices. For example, he believes that this additional cost could make Italian companies less competitive than international competitors such as Chinese producers who do not have to comply with the same environmental standard and regulations. So he said that since companies compete on global markets, the same environmental regulation should apply worldwide. Otherwise, the effect will be to further penalize the Italian companies that are already bearing high costs, for example, high wages. The general managers believes that if consumers will become more sensitive to environmental sustainability, then the cost will be more justifiable, otherwise not. And the Chief R&D Officer, in contrast, believes that these costs are useful because the mapping and the analysis of the processes necessary for the introduction of sustainability accounting allows areas of inefficiency to be highlighted. And eliminating this efficiency can produce significant saving that affect companies' profitability. In conclusion, I will try to summarize some elements emerged from this case study. The case study highlights that the family ownership and the family involvement of management are characteristics that play a crucial role to determine the adoption of the company orientation towards sustainability accounting. But in themselves, these characteristics cannot be considered either a trigger or barrier. The case study highlights that it's important to take into account an agency conflict in the family business context. That is the conflict of interest between different generations of the family of different people in the same family. The interview shown that different generation could have different opinion about the sources of competitive advantage, and so the approach towards the sustainability accounting. So the internal orientation, it seems the most relevant factor determining the adoption of sustainability accounting and the approach towards sustainability accounting. Environmental legislation and business sides appear to determine the adoption, but not the approach towards the sustainability accounting, because in contrast with the findings of some research, the case study highlights that large business sites may not necessarily be associated with a proactive approach to sustainability accounting, because large businesses can bear the cost of a professional compliance consultancy service. And finally, among the external factors, the customer requirements seems to exert the strongest pressure on business to be environmental responsive, because if family owners believe that the customers are very sensitive to environmental issue and they choose the products on the basis of companies' environmental reputation, there will be a strong pressure to the adoption of sustainability accounting. The limitation, obviously, this study is based on a single case study, so areas of further research can be to include other case study of large family businesses from different regions to verify if there exist cultural differences in the approach toward the sustainability accounting related to the geographic area, to the industry to which the businesses belong, and to evaluate any differences in the approach towards sustainability accounting, not only between different generation in family, but also different roles covered by family members within the company. That's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Roberto. Roberto is a professor of business economics and accounting. So his speech was really interesting because we have seen in the first presentation how the legal framework can support sustainability. Then we have seen how technology and digital innovation can support sustainability. And now we have seen that also market needs, the voice of the customer can really push companies to adopt this kind of sensitivity to sustainability. It's not only a matter of law and a matter of technologies that are already available. So we have time for 2 questions, maybe. Okay. Yeah. And then I go to the okay, perfect.
Well, thanks very much. This
yeah.
Can people hear me? Okay, yeah. So this was a really fascinating series of talks, and I have a couple questions. The first question is inspired by Florian's presentation. Deirdre may have thoughts on this as well. And the question is essentially to what extent you think these regulatory changes and the technological developments that you've been talking about are going to lead to a simplification of supply chains moving forward. As you noted in your presentation, there's a lot of speculation to that effect, and it stands to reason that requirements for greater transparency would incentivize simpler supply chains that made it easier, more realistic to be able to generate the information required and so forth, and that heighten the reputational risks of that sort of disclosure, uncovering things that the company wouldn't want to be associated with. But by the same token, the technology might facilitate continued reliance on more complex supply. In other words, the technology could make it realistic to maintain more complex supply chains, and sometimes technology becomes something that management can kind of hide behind. And so I'm curious what your speculations are in that respect. Maybe Deirdre has thoughts on that as well. And just at the same time, a question for Roberto. I enjoyed your presentation as well, and thought the case study was really fascinating. You alluded at a couple points to reliance on consultancies. And this is something that I think is a very important topic that doesn't get enough attention in terms of what all of this translates into on the ground, as it were. And so I'm curious how their reliance on consultancies came up in your conversations with them, whether you developed any sense of what consultants are telling them to do about this, or if you just have more general thoughts on that. Thanks very much.
Yeah. If I may start, thanks for really great and interesting and inspiring question. Now, Trist, I think you're right that the regulation has an impact on supply chains. It has a tendency to shorten supply chains, quite deliberately so, I think. Whereas the impact of technology is indeed more ambivalent. On the one hand, some technologies tend to shorten supply chains, like online platforms. Others tend to reduce the burden of long supply chains by providing low costs methods of tracing information along the supply chain. Now, the real question, however, is whether that mitigating effect of technology is necessarily to be judged negative, because I think shortening supply chains is not a goal as such, but it is just thought as an instrument to make sustainability issues more visible and more trustworthy and more easy to track. So if technology provides methods to track sustainability issues even along long supply chains, there's no need to shorten them. And therefore, I think technology doesn't, it might reduce this tendency towards shorter supply chains, but this is not necessarily a negative outcome, but it contributes to the ultimate goal of making sustainability matters viewable or to generate information about sustainability along even longer supply chains.
I'm sorry, the research is only at the first at the preliminary stage, and I don't investigate this aspect, but I think that the second generation of family has a strongest relationship with the consultants, with the expert consultants, whereas the first generation entrepreneur has a negative opinion about the consultants. In the family businesses, the decision-making process is highly centralized, and the first generation entrepreneur considers this aspect as a risk for his position, and so he doesn't want to include consultants, expert consultant in this topic.
Thank you so much. If I may add something to reply to your question, even if I'm not a speaker, in the project that I was mentioning before, the Trust project, a European funding project, where we are all involved in our department and also colleagues from other departments, we had the possibility to investigate the supply chain of the food industry and the use of blockchain. So what was interesting is that in a first phase, the need to prove the safety and security of food was the first need that the blockchain technology could solve. So the push was related to traceability, just traceability. Now the trend is another, is trying to communicate to customers the good quality of food and the traceability itself. So it's a matter of marketing. It's a matter of communicating to the consumer the value of something. And this shift in the point of evaluating the need for BCT is doing a lot. I mean, they are pushed more and more, not only to adopt blockchain to be able to track from also a legal perspective about maybe responsibility. It's about to show a value then the customer can pay. So this is quite interesting, and we are working with Alessio, with Laura, and also Chiara. So this is just my contribution. Do we have another question?
Yeah, or sorry, I was just going to come in as well, if that's okay there. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, so I was just thinking that that's a really fascinating question in a way as to the effect of regulatory requirements on how supply chains will work. One of the difficulties is, although the CSRD emphasizes that you must report on sort of material impacts or principal ones, that doesn't get away from the need to actually just get information from those in your supply chain and value chain in order to evaluate whether it's material. So I think there will be some questions being raised as to whether, if some parties are not going to supply the information to you and others might be providing information that's better and more associated with a sustainable record, that there will be some reevaluation of the supply chain, particularly where there may be parties outside the EU who are unwilling to sort of provide the information. Bearing in mind there's going to be a sort of a 3-year period where you don't have to account for the full value chain, I still think there will be some rebalancing there. And I think it's fascinating as well that in the draft reporting standards, we do see a mention there that's not in the directive, where it says that the intention is that you shouldn't be able to ask SME suppliers for anything more than is going to be required from listed SMEs who are directly in scope. So they are trying to say, we're going to try and keep it a little bit tighter on what's required from smaller suppliers. But yes, I do think that these regulatory requirements will cause some changes in how business is being done, and possibly, yes, a shortening of supply chains. Your point about the consultants as well is fascinating when we see that there is, on director's duty side, a full understanding in the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and also in the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is hopefully going to be adopted by the end of the year. There is an emphasis there on the board not being able to sidestep its major responsibilities in this region. So although consultants might be helpful, I mean, it should be a matter for the board agenda, and that's just how it's going to have to be.
Thank you so much. If there are no more questions, I would like just to highlight that in the afternoon session, we will have a very interesting panel on human rights and social foundation of sustainability, chaired by Professor Benedetta Giovanola. And then we will have two wonderful sessions involving PhD candidates from our university and also early stage researchers. And you will see how much sustainability is embedded in their research activities. So I'm very proud of these two sessions. And can I ask you a big applause for Alessio Bartolacelli, who has Alessio, this is just the first one, but I wanted. No. It's just the start, because you did an amazing job in driving us and guiding us through this wonderful project. So thank you so much for involving such a big community of scholars, practitioners, and young scholars. So thank you so much, Alessio. So now we can have our lunch. That is just in the same place where we had coffee break. 2:45. But thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I think we can get started again. We can resume our wonderful conference on the Prism of Sustainability with our session number 3 on human rights, social foundations, and sustainability. So we will have 3 speakers, and each speech will last around 20 minutes. And then following that, we will have time for Q&A. So let me just introduce our first speaker of session number 3. So David Monciardini, who is a social scientist with a very interdisciplinary background, spreading across business, law, and sociology, and who is the director of the law and business programs for the business school of the University of Exeter. So thank you very much for being here with us. And he will speak us about the social foundations of sustainability with a focus on human rights. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for inviting me, and it's a real pleasure actually to come to this conference because I have so many friends here with me, and it's a great opportunity actually to make new friends, which has been great as well. And I'm so grateful to Alessio for the invite, and actually for the perfect organization, and for you students, and just, especially the students for coming, because as I'm gonna say, I think this is a really, really important topic to discuss. And you can see the slide now. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the next slide.
You want me to
forgot this. I can do this. So a bit of presentation of what I'm doing, which is probably useful for you also to understand where I'm coming from into this question. So I'm based at the University of Exeter. You can see that I'm not really in Exeter, but I'm 2 hours further down in the line, in a campus in Cornwall. Cornwall is beautiful, you can see that. But the other advantage of being there is that the whole campus is all about sustainability. So you have law students working on sustainability and scholars. You have the business staff working on sustainability, as well as some of the best world researchers when it comes to conservation and natural sciences. And we really talk all the time together. And it's a really great experience in terms of understanding and interdisciplinarity when it comes to sustainability. Yeah, it works. So my claim is that actually, when we talk about corporate sustainability law, there are only 3 words that we don't fully understand in this sentence. And I just Google it and I look what sort of image these evoke. And the image are basically based on this point of contact in which everything comes together in a win-win situation. There is regulation which provides certainty, and there is this beautiful future in which actually business is looking as neat as this perfect jacket, and with technology we're going to find a solution to our future. And I think, I would like to develop a bit more this in a realistic way, and what we should really think about when we talk about this, because denial is a really big problem when it comes to sustainability problems that we're facing. So when it comes to sustainability, one great concept that actually at Exeter University we develop is the one of tipping points. So tipping points are points in which if you just increase just a little bit, a certain, in this case, we're talking about climate carbon emission, then the consequences are exponentially higher as compared to the little increase that you can see. So we're talking specifically about the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement said that we shouldn't, you can see actually the actual text here, that we will keep average temperatures below 2 degrees and aiming to 1.5%. So what this means for us is something that we rarely discuss, how important it is and why it's important to keep it to 1.5 degrees. So if you have a 1.5 degree, there is 10% probability that actually Arctic sea ice, to have Arctic sea ice free summers, okay? If we have 2%, which sounds just a little bit more, we're going to have 80% of probabilities. This means that we're going to have, obviously, all these ice increasing sea levels. You're going to have cities going, coastal cities being affected by this. It also means that the temperature of the sea is going to increase. And for many species, it means that they're not going to be able to function as they used to. And so these are catastrophic effects in terms of our society. And that's the slide I wanted to show you. So you can see here, that's pretty much, how it increased during the winter and how it shrink during the summer. And it means that we're not going to have any ice, basically, during the summertime. And this means a huge change in terms of our climates. How are we doing with this? If we don't adopt a significant climate policy, that's the scenario that we're going to expect. So around 4 degrees, 5 degrees. Okay. So that's why this conference is important, and we should really keep in mind that policy is important in this scenario. If we do something, then we can reduce this quite a lot, and that's the present day emission. But there are many tipping points. So the one that I mentioned is only one, and as you can see here, there is a number of other elements that we can consider. That is not just the Antarctic. What is interesting is also we don't just have negative tipping points, but we also have positive tipping points. So if we manage to restore nature to some level, then this is going to have a multiplicatory effect that is positive. So we have an incentive to do that. I'm not going to go into this, but this is what we're talking about when we talk about sustainability. So what is the relation between sustainability and business or corporation in this case? I'm not going to go into this in detail. I mean, corporations are part of the reason why we call it Anthropocene, the place in which we live. And it's part of the reason why, we see exploitation of nature, we see exploitation of people as well. And we are basically in a situation in which human rights has been violated. And there is, all this narrative around pushing business to become part of the solution rather than part of the problem. But the corporation, and this is where the reality check come in, is in a catch-22 situation. And we rarely discuss this. So is well represented by the ESG debate. ESG has been for many years very welcome by business. It means more money if you pretend that you are sustainable. But in the last couple of years, when things have become serious and corporations have been asked to actually do something, not just promise something about sustainability, then there has been a backlash against sustainability and against green finance. That is, if you open the Financial Times, there is a precise date in which actually this backlash began, which was the day of the mayonnaise. Okay, I don't know how many of you knows about the story of the mayonnaise. Is actually an interesting one. So if you look at probably the most prominent company that has been out there talking about sustainability, that is Unilever, an example of a great company that is trying to be serious about this. And they've been the target of a huge attack in terms of sustainability in relation to their products, in this case, their mayonnaise. So when they present their I don't know if it was an annual report, they said, our purpose is fighting against food waste. And a few days later, this shareholder, this large shareholders, very vocal shareholder, Terry Smith, said that this example of the mayonnaise having a purpose was ludicrous. And he said that mayonnaise, and that's a company which feels it has to define the purpose of a mayonnaise as, in our view, clearly lost their plot. And they sent this letter to everybody, to all these shareholders. And they said, this is nonsense. Let's talk about business. Let's not talk about, what is the purpose of the mayonnaise. And that was the beginning. And from there, more and more you can see attacks to ESG and sustainability, and why corporations should talk about sustainability, planetary boundaries, and everything that we talk about so far. So corporations are really into this catch-22. They have to adapt increasingly to a changing world because we see that 2%, 3% is going to affect them. But in the short period, they also have to pay back dividends to their shareholders, keep them happy, and not look like they are talking nonsense about mayonnaise having a purpose. So we really face this catch-22 when it comes to business and sustainability. So what is the law in this? The law, and we have this huge company coming to my campus the other day, 500,000 people employed. And the person that was the vice president came and talked all the time about citizenship and how we should end consumerism. She really sounds like an activist, like Greenpeace was coming and talking to you. But then she ended saying the law should do something. We should really ask, to make this illegal. And this big ask that the law should do something about planned obsolescence, should do something about not extracting oil anymore, should do something about stopping human trafficking. There is a number of things that we require from the law to do. But, and this is where, I think it's, I want to lead you. I think we have a misunderstanding of the relation between law and business. There are a lot of corporate sustainability laws that came about, right to repair, modern slavery, the taxonomy, the due diligence, the reporting that we discussed actually during this conference as well. But what is the idea of the law in the business community, or in general, a common sense idea? It's basically the idea that law is exogenous to organizations. So this means that the law is coercive, is determinative, is independent from organizational dynamics, okay? And what I'm trying to argue is that this idea is fundamentally flawed. And then the question becomes really simple. Should the company comply or not with the law? This in the mind of most people that think about the law, they think about the law in this very simple way. Yes or no, compliance or no compliance. And I'm going to try to explain why this is a very simplistic way of looking at the problem. And it doesn't really understand the relation between law and business organizations. And I'm going to suggest actually a different idea, which is the idea of endogeneity of law that was developed in a sociology of law literature in a completely different field from corporate social responsibility. Do you have to listen to me? No. Okay, so so this is a more processual, dynamic, and contested process. We see this as a different relation. Law is seen as endogenous, or that means that it's constructed within the field, the social field that is seeking to regulate. And this applies to any law. So if you are regulating finance, this is going to construct them through the social field of finance. If you regulating navigation in the middle of the sea, that is going to be constructed through the social field of the marine economy in that sense. So law and organization are separate yet overlapping social fields. There is the legal field with all these institutional legal actors and so on. There is the organizational field, which include the subset of the environment that is most closely relevant to the given organization. So suppliers, customers, competitors, and so on. But the relation between the two is quite tense. And there is a lot of also dynamics between the two. What is important to understand is that legal rules are always filtered through the managerial lens, which tends to involve a reconceptualization of law in line with the principle of good management. And I'm going to try to highlight 4 tenets of what is the endogeneity of law. So the first tenet is that law is ambiguous. There is no escape from this, and particularly when it comes to sustainability law and human rights law, you cannot have much more than broad, ambiguous guidelines and principles, which means that organizations are left with a wide latitude to fill the gaps and construct the meaning of the law. This is very clear when it comes to the kind of law that we see in human rights that are, very vague, principle-based, generic law, and you can avoid this for a number of reasons. The second tenet is that business professionals construct the meaning of the law and corporate sustainability law in this case through the role of compliance professionals. Can be accountants, can be lawyers, in-house lawyers, can be all sorts of different professionals. And they interpret the legal environment, influencing what managers think and know about the response to a certain regulation. And typically, they frame this sort of response in terms of risk. And they tend to emphasize what is the risk for the organization. So typically, there is a new reporting, sustainability reporting law. Be careful because we have to do this and this in order to, or the officer could say, don't worry, this is just nothing you should be worried about. This is the sort of reaction that they have. And they're really important in framing what is this about. Then the third element is the managerialization or legalization of corporate sustainability. So according to this endogeneity of law theory, ambiguous rules and ambiguous law are framed by compliance professionals that help to devise organizational symbolic structure that are similar to the legal system. So within the organization, you're going to have policies, corporate policies, you're going to have corporate officers, you're going to have grievance mechanism that mimic the legal system, so that within the organization, you're going to have a sort of mini state in the corporation in which there are rules, there are grievance mechanisms that look like trials, there are a number of organizations that are set up within the organization. So if the compliance professionals are committed to the legal ideas, then you can see that there is a substantive change and there is a legalization of business organization. If instead they think that this can be resolved with just symbolic structure, then it's going to end up with a symbolic response in which they're going to pretend basically that they're doing something about this. When this symbolic structure are seen as substantive by the legal system, then we witness something called the this is impossible to say, managerialization of law. I think I said it like 300 times in my life, but today is impossible. Managerialization of law, which means that basically the legal system think that purely symbolic gesture from the business are substantive. And a lot of what we talk about when you talk about reporting is actually purely symbolic. There is nothing substantive, but the legal system perceive them as substantive. And then we are in a really, really dangerous place. Last bit that I want to talk about is the right holders. So it's important to understand that in between the legal organization and the legal system and the corporation, there is right holders. I borrowed this, the concept of right mobilization and legal consciousness from the social legal literature, and you can define these legal mobilization as the law is mobilized when a desire or a want is translated into a demand as an assertion of rights. So we should never forget that right exists only if people claim their rights. And most of the case, people don't know what are their rights and they don't claim for them. And often this is the origin of a new legislation and is the origin of a new law. Legal consciousness can be defined as the understanding of the meaning of law and rights by individuals or groups as they engage, avoid, resist, or just assume the law and the legal meanings. And a classic work by Brigham in 1996 was identified rights, rage, and remedy as three ways in which legal consciousness emerge. Okay, you have a bit of an example here of what I mean, but I can go into this if you want, so different ways of mobilizing your rights. But often we are just silent. We don't know and we don't claim our rights, often because we don't believe in the legal system to work for us. Okay, so if you put everything together, this is a bit like look like. So the relation between law and business is two different fields, to some extent autonomous, but overlapping. There are two dynamic mechanisms. One is the managerialization, and the other one is the legalization. And in the middle, there is a key and often little studied role of communities and right holders to reclaim their rights, both towards corporation and towards the states, in order to have justice, basically. Climate justice, environmental justice, human rights justice. Without them, this is impossible, okay? Super quickly, I wrote two papers in which I try to put this into practice. The first one is about an amazing case in Chile, which is in English, which is the Pascualama. Pascualama, just Google it, is an amazing story that with an happy end at the end. So it's also a good story of this mine in the middle of the only source of clean, fresh water in the middle of the desert. And there is so much gold, and they have to decide whether to dig the gold, but pollute the water, or keep the water and leave the gold in the mountain. And we wrote a paper on this case. And the second one is about the top 10 FTSE 100 companies when it comes to food, and how they work with compliance, basically, and how compliance officers actually shape the understanding of the law when it comes to modern slavery. And we came out with these very complex categories that understand when the law is managerialized or when the organization is legalized. Okay, I maybe manage almost on time. Wow, okay.
Well, thank you very much. Not just because of that, but above all, yeah, not just because of that, but for offering us a really inspiring talk that moved from pointing to the importance of policies in the promotion of sustainability, then leading us towards highlighting the active role that corporations might or also should have also out of justice-based concerns. And these idea are very new one of these endogeneity of the law. It reminds, yeah. In fact, I tried to pay very much attention to that. It reminded me to a debate that is going on also in philosophy about whether corporations ought to be agents of justice and promote these goals since they have the power to do so and might also contribute to shape the law. So very interesting and very interdisciplinary. But since the conference and the project of the Jean Monnet Chair is not just interdisciplinary, but also intersectoral, we will now move to the following presentation, whose title is Enterprises and Human Rights, the Employer's Perspective by Pedro Oliveira, who is the Director for Legal Affairs at Business Europe. So an organization putting together companies across Europe. So that's why I was mentioning the intersectoriality of difficult words of the chair himself. And before joining Business Europe, Pedro has also worked at the College of Europe in Bruges as a legal researcher. So oh, here he is. Sorry, I was looking at my screen and didn't see you. I don't know where I have to look, but anyway, thanks very much for being here, Pedro. And the floor is yours. 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Benedetta. I hope that everybody can listen to me. I don't know. Yes, perfect. Okay. So good afternoon. Buongiorno a tutti. And a big thanks to University of Macerata for the kind invitation, and to my good friend Alessio, who I'm sure is behind the perfect organization of this event today. So Business Europe, we are an European umbrella business organization representing 40 national business organizations throughout Europe. So our members are not only restricted to the European Union, but also goes beyond the European Union. And the equivalent to Business Europe in Italy would be Confindustria. So Confindustria is our member. So the first thing I would like to share with the audience today is that the European business community, of course, stands behind the responsible business agenda. And of course, behind the OECD guidelines on due diligence, the UNGPs. So these are, of course, things that we stand behind. It's not only because it's the law that is imposing all these things, but also let's not forget that consumers become more sensitive to sustainability matters, shareholders also, the finance and banks, investors. So there is no choice for companies. They will have to become more sustainable in the long run. So, but before going into the content, I would just like to highlight that the European Union is not starting from scratch. I mean, David already put a slide earlier with a few proposals or a few frameworks that exist out there, whether it be on taxonomy, but also right to repair, due diligence. So there are many legislations at European level that are covering companies, which make the EU having the flag of one of probably the highest standard in the world when it comes to sustainability. A few years ago, when this commission or the current commission under Ursula von der Leyen, let's say, started a mandate, the commission issued its Green Deal, which basically is the big flag of this commission, and it tried to bring all together the whole sustainability agenda. And this meant also putting a lot of proposals out there regarding financing. We already heard today the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive that is now in place. There's due diligence, there's the sustainable products regulation. There's many things that have been put forward by this commission. Business Europe, we have been active and following all these topics because they will have a direct impact on the operations of companies in the next few years. And but we're also following what is happening outside of the EU. And for some of those in the audience familiar with the Ecuador process, there is also a big debate going on at international level around responsible business treaty. But I'm not going to speak about it today. For me, as I said before, I would prefer to stick to the due diligence because it's a big debate now at European level. And this is a very important moment in the legislative process. So Business Europe, we have welcomed the due diligence proposal. And just to borrow something that was said before, this is not only about reporting, this is about behavior of companies. So the due diligence framework is intended to regulate behavior, not to regulate just what companies are reporting. So this is important to emphasize. Of course, we are calling also for some realism, proportionality, and workability of the framework, because businesses want to be part of the solution, and it's not with a pure punitive approach about sanctions that we will get there. This is also about having a framework that enables and really truly guides businesses to take the necessary steps towards having more sustainable value chains. Because at the end, we privilege the stay and behave principle rather than a cut and run, that at the first phase of a risk that businesses simply withdraw from value chains outside of or inside of the EU. The workability is also something that matters for smaller companies because the European proposal is mainly covering companies of a larger, medium and larger scale. So companies above 250 to 500 employees. But of course, smaller companies will be impacted because they are part of value chains. They are the business partners of the big companies. So they will be impacted. So we also have in mind this reality. As I mentioned before, it is a very important moment in the legislative debate. The Council has issued its first position. This was in the month of December, with a few tweaks, some of them quite major, to the Commission proposal. And now it's up to the European Parliament also to express and develop its position. In the Parliament, this is a huge debate. There have been 6,771 amendments. So we are almost close to 7,000 amendments to a directive which doesn't have much more than 26, 27 articles. So there's quite a lot that has been, a lot of ideas that have been put together. And there are almost 2/3 of the committees in the European Parliament which are involved in this process. So as I said, Business Europe, we welcome this. We try to work with the co-legislators to bring up our ideas and recommendations. And I would like to list maybe now a few of our ideas on how to have a due diligence system which is can perform in the best way possible. The first thought is that the framework should be an harmonized framework. Due diligence is not meant to deal with local, regional, or national problems. Due diligence is meant to deal with global problems. Environment, human rights are not focused on just one region or one country, they are global. So it makes all sense that any rules that in this regard, that they are mainly, that we try to achieve some sort of leveling at the European level. So this is one very important point for us. It will also reduce fragmentation, and ultimately it will benefit. It will benefit all those involved to have a system that is unique, rather than having 27 systems, because the EU wants to be the model, the first mover's advantage. But if it's 27 models, then it will be very difficult to replicate in other parts of the world, what we are here trying to produce and innovate. A second aspect from our perspective is we need to apply a risk-based approach. So companies cannot manage to deal with every single risk. We need to focus or allow them to focus, to prioritize and to focus on the most salient risks. Just to give you a few examples, Bayer, Airbus alone, they have 100,000 first-tier business relationships. So just in the first year, if we go beyond the first year, we can reach close to 1 million. There's a medium-sized Austrian company in the tech sector that if it would have to apply or to identify every single risk in all the business segments, in all the components, by the third year, they would have to check 11 million components. So there needs to be some kind of realism in what companies can do in this regard. So we would propose to apply this more risk-based approach, as it is also an approach that is validated by the OECD guidelines. There is also an information gap, because companies will not be able to access all the information. Also because some of their contractor partners in some countries which do not abide through the rule of law, they refuse to provide information. It's very difficult for companies to understand actually what is happening on the ground. So we are also advocating for help in this regard by the European Commission and by the member states to provide such information to companies about what is actually happening on the ground. I heard David also earlier mentioning the role of technologies. I think here the role of technologies is also quite valid, as it's a matter of also processing all the data from the value chains that will allow companies also to act in the best way. Then moving to a couple of more points, I would also like to borrow the example of nonsense of the mayonnaise. For us, the nonsense example of mayonnaise is found in the attempt by the Commission to regulate directors' duties. We think that this was totally inappropriate to bring this to this due diligence framework. It is unnecessary. It is overlapping, and it has a potential of disrupting company law systems in the member states, and really also meddling with what should be the corporate interest. We understand and that the company should have a more reinforced role when it comes to meeting sustainability. But at the end, I mean, and also Benedetta, you mentioned this philosophical discussion, but about the purpose of the company, but companies ultimately cannot be mixed up with states. They do not have the same roles as states. Companies have the duty to respect, and countries or states have the duty to protect, and they have the corresponding police and also authoritative powers to do so. So this is a very important point for us. Then moving quickly into the 2 or 3 remaining points, then the legal certainty, of course, and there is currently 7 pages of conventions that are listed in the proposal of the Commission. Most of them are country-to-country conventions. Some of them are not even ratified by all the member states. So we wondered as companies, how does this bring any legal certainty if the treaties that are mentioned there do not even provide concrete obligations for companies to apply? Liability, also important. So from our perspective, we don't refuse that there should be some level of liability. It should, of course, rely on national principles of responsibility, meaning an ex of causality. There should be a damage, and there should be some level of intentionality, of negligence. So this common principle should be applied. Again, and as I stated at the beginning, this should not be a proposal or a directive purely on a punitive basis. It should also be an enabling proposal to help businesses solving problems on the ground and just not pulling up. Currently in the Parliament, to lift a bit the veil of what is going on, they are discussing fines of 20% of the global turnover. They are discussing banning from selling any products or doing any exports, and to be cut off from state aid in procurement. These are minimum sanction measures. So we wonder where is the proportionality of this, because if you apply even some of these measures individually, the company might as well close the doors. And there's not even a distinction between what are process-based breaches or actually impact-based breaches, because this is also an important point. So I will just conclude very quickly the last point, which is, and I suppose that this will be mentioned by the following speaker, which is about the groups of companies. So there's a group of, let's say, a list of measures that we would think would be helping companies to do the compliance in the best way, in a more coherent way. Because this should not be only a box-ticking exercise, this should be done in a most efficient way. And we think that subsidiaries, they should be able to rely, if they have that option, to rely on the group due diligence, because this is the one that will help them to better follow the law, and also mutualizing the resources. So just to conclude, and to give you also a bit of a flavor of the calendar we have in front of us. So end of next month, the European Parliament might vote on its position. So we are talking about 1 month. This is going quite rapidly. This means that after the Parliament votes, we will enter a period of trilogue debate. So trilogue is Commission, Council, and the Parliament that will discuss a compromise, which would be under the Spanish presidency. So probably by the end of 2023, we would have already a due diligence proposal or a due diligence directive at European level, which would be, of course, in addition to all the other parallel proposals that are out there on deforestation, batteries, on also product, let's say, forced labor regulation that is also proposed. So I stop here. I think I met my 20 minutes and happy to reply to any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Pedro, for your extremely interesting talk that already has shown some cross-cutting issues on the topics we have been discussing so far. Now we will move to the third and final presentation on companies and human rights, the French experience with the Act on the Duty of Vigilance of Parent Companies. The talk is given by Sophie Schiller, who is professor of law at Paris Dauphine University. She specializes in corporate law, but also has expertise in other areas of private law, especially property law and the application in company law. So yeah, I can see Sophie online, so it seems to work. So even in this case, a 20 minutes presentation. So thanks for being here, Sophie, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Benedetta. And I first want to thank Professor Alessio Bartoloncelli for the invitation. I hope that this will be the beginning of a long collaboration. I regret not being with you today, but I'm speaking at another conference in Paris at 5 p.m. But I'm very happy to talk about the French experience with the law regarding the duty of care of parent companies and ordering companies. I think this law is interesting for all of you because it's an answer to an issue common to all the developed countries. The dramatic circumstances at the origin of the text are sadly known. On the 24th of April 2012, Rana Plaza, a building in Bangladesh, collapsed due to overcrowding of the small producer within its wall. 1,129 people died and almost 2,500 were injured. But it's a local drama. Why is this drama so famous in all developed countries? Because in the ruins of the building, many French brands labels, but also other foreign brands labels were found. This tragic event was not the first. Prior to this tragic event, many other examples, especially in some sectors, happens. In fact, some sectors are particularly concerned, such as the extractive sector. According to the United Nations, the extractive sector alone is estimated to be responsible for 28% of the human rights violation committed by company. So it's true, some sectors are particularly concerned, but almost all the others are also concerned. Today, in many, many different sectors, many large companies in developed countries have their goods manufactured by their supplier, subcontractor, or subsidiaries in underdeveloped countries. In the ruins of the Rana Plaza, some labels belonging to Benetton, the Italian brand, were found, and it's certain that some of the Benetton clothes are manufactured in southern country. After the drama of Rana Plaza, the entire world reacted to this human tragedy and questioned, especially two questions. The first question was the responsibilities involved. Who was responsible of this tragedy? Who commit fault? The second question was the prevention method. What prevention to be put in place? It's more important to consider the future and find a solution to prevent such accident. Of course, you can ask Bangladesh to bring in a law to require the local companies to respect human rights. But it's an utopic, unrealistic solution for two reasons. You cannot give order to Bangladesh, it's a sovereign country. And another reason, also, they vote a law, it won't be effective. Many laws exist already in Bangladesh to impose safety obligation in buildings, forbid child labor, etc. But all these laws are not respected because of bribery, not enough control, and other reasons. If it's not possible to find a local solution for the questions of the responsibilities and prevention, you have to vote a law in developed countries. So I mentioned earlier that the reaction to the Rana Plaza tragedy, that the reaction to the Rana Plaza tragedy were strong in all developed countries. But in France, they were particularly intense. So France has reacted with many successive bills, and after nearly 4 years of debates, fight, lobbying of business and NGOs, the law has been adopted and published the 27th of March 2017. It's now it's the first example in the world of such law. So I will present the law and then talk about the first assessment after 6 years. At first, what obligations are imposed? This law has at first a name of prevention. So companies have to establish and implement a plan. What is this plan? This plan, the law says that this plan includes reasonable duty of care measures to identify and prevent the risk of serious violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, the health and safety of people and of the environment. The term used in the text appear very vague and imprecise, and you wonder how companies can fulfill such an obligation. In fact, each word can be understood because it's already used by other texts or other branches of law. For example, duty of care is known in banking law and labor law. Human rights and fundamental freedom have been defined by by juridical, administrative, constitutional, European, and conventional jurisprudence. Some of them are set out in the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedom. After, the health and safety of people constitute a part of the labor code. So all these words are already known, and to prevent the risk, the text requires following a procedure also well known. The procedure imposes a plan, and the duty of care plan should describe the different stages of any compliance process, such as that recommended by forest guidelines, the OECD and ISO standards, but also by the Sapin II law, which is the French law against bribery. So at first, you have to identify, analyze, and prioritize risk and present them as risk mapping. Secondly, you have to evaluate in the scope of the plan, which means in your company, but also in all your subsidiaries, subcontractor, and supplier, with which the company maintains a commercial relationship. Thirdly, you have to take action to mitigate risk and prevent severe damage. Fourthly, you have to establish an alert. And fifthly, you have to implement a system for monitoring the measures implemented and for evaluate the effectiveness. So the obligations are very heavy. And what is the scope of the law? Some companies have to establish the plan and implement the plan. The law says that any company employing at the end of 2 consecutive financial years at least 5,000 employees, including in its direct and indirect subsidiary, was registered office is located in France, but at least 10,000 employees, including in its direct or indirect subsidiary, was registered office is located in France or abroad. This wording is quite unfortunate. It should apparently be understood that only companies which have their registered office in France and which employ 5,000 employees in the whole group, if all their subsidiaries are in the French territory, or 10,000 employees in the whole group if the subsidiaries are abroad. But more companies are included in the scope of the plan. Despite the reference to a minimum workforce of 5,000 employees, smaller firms are affected by this text because the scope of the plan is much wider than that for the group forced to draw up a plan. Even small or medium-sized enterprises are affected if they work with a group of more than 5,000 employees, because the plan then involves a collaboration with 3 categories of partners. At first, the subsidiary, after the subcontractor, and thirdly, contractor with which the company has an established commercial relationship. So, nevertheless, the scope is very large. And what are the penalties for breach of obligation? First, penalties for failing to implement the plan. If a company does not comply with the obligation provided in the one, that is to say, in the case of non-existent or even incomplete or inadequate plan, it may receive a formal notice, and after 3 months, the president of the court may order the company under penalty to respect them. The original text then stated that the judge may order the company to pay a civil fine not exceeding 10 million euros, but the sanction provided for was particularly vague and questionable, and without surprising, it has been censored by the Constitutional Council. And what are the penalty for injury? The new article of the Commercial Code provides for civil liability based on article of the Civil Code, which now describe fault-based liability. So the victim must show that a proper implementation of the plan would have prevented the damage. The evidence is almost impossible. Now we are in 2023. So what is the assessment after 6 years, 6 years after the publication of the law? The first lawsuits did not come immediately after the law came into force. The first procedures allowed for determining the jurisdiction of the courts. 2 cases were brought against Total Energy. The first accused the company of attempting to exploit oil fields in a protected natural area in Uganda, disregarding human rights and environmental concern. The second case was for pursuing activities that cause serious harm in the climate system. Several decisions were made in 2020 and 2021. Some recognized the jurisdiction of the commercial courts, while others recognized the jurisdiction of the civil courts. Behind a slightly technical question, it's in fact a highly political debate. Companies wanted to be judged by the commercial courts, composed of elected traders. NGOs wanted the jurisdiction of the civil courts, which is best equipped to deal with fundamental issues as human rights. Commercial courts are very objective and judge such issues, but symbolism prevailed and a law was voted. The law of December 22 in 2021 decides the jurisdiction of only one civil court, the Paris Civil Courts. But other cases have been filed after. One against EDF for the construction of a wild farm in Oaxaca in Mexico. The state of Oaxaca, located in the southern part of the country, is home to a Zapotec community called Union Hidalgo, which has a population of 12,000 people. NGO accused the French electricity company of not having obtained the prior consent of the population as provided for the Mexican Constitution, the United Nations, and the International Labour Organization, because these indigenous peoples have special privileges. There are allegations of human rights violation, and on December 1 in 2021, the Paris Judicial Court rejected the plaintiff's claim because it did not refer to the appropriate vigilance plan. Another proceeding has been initiated against Suez, the company that supplies water, for the health crisis in Osorno in Chile. The root cause was 2,000 liters of oil spilled into the Caipuli drinking water plant operated by Suez subsidiary. Then contamination of the entire drinking water network and a water cut in the city for over 10 days. As a result, the inhabitation of Osorno have suffered violation of their right to physical and mental integrity, which is like to the right to the preservation of health, the right to live in a healthy environment, and the right to water. Several NGOs and have met Suez, and after they sued the companies before a judicial court. And another proceeding is against Casino, the retail group, as assignment on March 3 in 2021 by representative of indigenous people from Brazil and Colombian Amazon and French and American NGOs. The company sells meat produced in South America. This meat was regularly purchased from 3 slaughterhouses that source their cattle from suppliers responsible for at least 50,000 hectares of deforestation. Casino is accused of not ensuring the absence of human rights and environmental violation. The company did not include in its plan Colombia, which has one of the highest deforestation rates in the world, with cattle being the main source. So Casino continued to source from this supplier. Finally, I see 2 last actions. One against BNP Paribas. The bank continued to finance companies that develop new oil and gas projects. And another one against Danone, but also Auchan, Carrefour, Casino, Lactalis, McDonald's, Picard, etc. Because this company published a new vigilance plan without incorporating a deplastification trajectory. So, and after, the future will certainly be the European directive presented by Pedro, but it's another subject. So thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Sophie, for your really inspiring presentation. So now the floor is open for Q&A. We won't have any break, but please feel free to get some beverage, coffee, whatever you would like, since the bar is going to be open till 5. So even if we don't have a coffee break, you can feel free to get some beverage if you want. So we have around 15 minutes, as Alessio let us know that we might close the session at 4:15. So you have a question? Sure. Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all of those very interesting presentations. I have a comment and a question to David. I liked very much your presentation, and there are many things I would like to discuss about that, but one specific thing now was when you were talking about the role of law and how it is perceived by corporations and how it can be shaped and changed by corporations. I very much liked your approach there, and would like to read also what you've written about that. What I would like to ask you though is about another aspect of the relationship between business and specifically companies and law. Because companies, as the European Court of Justice has said numerous times, are creatures of law, creatures of national law. They would not exist if there was no law in the way that they are now. And I wonder whether some of your criticism against law is based on law as it has been used up till now, and whether you see a room for using law in a different way that might mitigate some of the problems you identified. Because you characterized law seeking to implement sustainability in various ways, that it was very vague, gave a lot of discretion, very principle-based. And I wonder whether in your type of analysis, which I found very inspiring, whether you see a room for distinguishing between law that has tended to be seen as external to companies, so environmental law, human rights law, law that comes from the outside and imposes itself on the governance of companies, and the use of law within the regulatory infrastructure for the existence of companies and their governance itself. So right in the area that our friend from Business Europe doesn't want to see regulated at all, namely the duties of the corporate board. So whether that in any way would change your perception, the problems that you see. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I don't have a negative idea of law. I don't think it's a negative. I think it's sometimes we all insulated into our disciplinary world, and we think, and lawyers think that law is is the reason why company exists, and business think that law is just a waste of time, and it's basically like a to do, a tick the box sort of exercise. And I think they are both wrong. They kind of, I fully recognize the importance of the law, but I know how the law can be also used and abused, as an instrument of oppression, and that is serving basically the strongest against the weakest, and as well as an instrument of emancipation. So it really depends. My feeling is that when it comes to corporation, two things can happen. The first one, we should stop leaving corporation alone, and like having this idea that in fact they are little, managers are little prince, within their kingdom, in which they can do, a lot what they want. And clearly, the shareholder model is a problem, because the shareholder are not providing vigilance. That's why we need, something else when it comes to society. So they are completely not interested, or, let's say the truth. They have not the capacity, because they invest, and because the investment chain, they have not the capacity actually to discipline managers. As a result, managers have a lot of freedom to do a bit what they want. So that's the first thing. So I really think that cross-sectoral partnerships, pre-competitive agreements, like, the case of Bangladesh after Rana Plaza, are really powerful, in which all the companies decide, before we compete to each other, we actually agree that we respect human rights, and we have kind of, we don't make a competition over life of people. This is before the market. This is something we don't accept. That's, I think, is a very important thing, but they cannot do it alone. We have to consider a company. The second thing is a bit like the law and economics approach, which is a big problem, because when we talk about sustainability now, the taxonomy in Europe has been written by finance people. The sustainability reporting has been written by accountants, and they know nothing about sustainability. They know nothing about tipping points. They know nothing about what sustainability is about. So why don't we listen to science when we write corporate law? And this is really going to make a difference, you know, not just letting bankers and finance people, you know, or accountants or even lawyers, sorry, to write the law alone when it comes to sustainability. So that's my point.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Yeah, there's also one question over there. Do you mind? I know you appreciate me giving the floor to the public, right?
No. I'd like to hear from the whole panel on this, but I think my question especially towards what Pedro said. I was wondering, and I fully agree with the responsibility to respect human rights framework. But right now, I think we're seeing a lot of movement of companies moving towards the promotion of human rights, but under the Agenda 2030 and CSR policies. And I don't think companies should stand at the same ground as states in the promotion of human rights, but I think they should be doing more besides just respecting human rights and mitigating abuses. And I was wondering if you could say something on the side of businesses and if there is an opinion behind companies on if they agree that they should be doing more or they want to stand in that the UNGP's framework of only responsibility of respecting human rights.
Pedro, please.
Can I? Okay. No, thanks for the excellent question. Yes, companies want to do more. I mean, this goes without saying, because as I said in the beginning of my presentation, the existence of companies is also under threat, because if they not become sustainable, clients will not buy their products or their services. Shareholders will vote against resolutions and to kick out their managers. So their managers and board members are not princes. They are, in many cases, democratically elected by general assemblies, and they can be kicked out. So, and then banks, of course, they will not finance them. Companies as well. I mean, there's new rules around taxonomy, on the corporate sustainability reporting, and banks, insurers, they are becoming very strict when they choose to provide their services. They demand information from companies and certain behavior in order to provide their services, which in many cases are the lifeline of companies. So indeed, companies want to do the right thing. Here is all about the balance. To which extent can you force a company to make a certain behavior stop in a country when the company does not have a police power? And also, at the end of the day, if you look into the due diligence directive, and I invite you to have a look at what is being discussed in the parliament, there is there are a couple of provisions, Article 7 and Article 8, which leave no chance or no other alternative for a company than to simply pull out of a third state. So there is also an issue of do we want a due diligence? Do we want companies to play a role and try to sort out problems? Or do we want them to have a pure compliance approach and just pull out and get out? So we need to find a balance to simultaneously do the two things. Now, I just want to react a bit to what was said before. That was in a previous question. Just to clarify that we are not opposed to any regulation on directors' duties. Directors' duties are regulated at national level in the European Union. Member states do have rules on duties of care for directors. And once the due diligence will become into play, due diligence will become part of the compliance duties like competition law, insolvency law, and other types of rules. Our big issue with directors' duties being regulated in the due diligence is the place and the reasoning behind it. Because first, it's not the right place. Then even people like John Ruggie, the deceased John Ruggie, one of the fathers of responsible business, said the Commission was doing a huge mistake in putting directors' duties into the due diligence proposal. He said it 2 years ago. Then the impact assessment of the Commission was shut down by its own auditing services on better regulation, the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, so 2 times. And if we really want a debate, and bringing back what Benedetta was saying earlier about what actually is the role of a company in terms of pursuing societal, let's say, challenges, etc., then we need to have a proper debate, fully informed, in the right place, and maybe have a discussion like that they had in France. And Sophie probably is much better informed than me on this, with the Loa Pact, where corporations were able to have another, let's say, another principle or corporate interest behind serving purely the long-term, let's say, value creation for shareholders. So I hope that this replies the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have a. Sorry. Yes, and then I think we can let David ask his question. Yeah, and then Alessio for the final remark and close our session.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Pedro, for responding to my little comment to you in my question to David. I wish you were here in person and we could discuss more. I totally agree that we should have had much more open and participatory processes and discuss these things much more. Instead, there have been just these 2 very, very hard fronts against each other. And that is the biggest mistake that the Commission did, namely to frame this within a shareholder versus stakeholder debate, which sidelined company law and is bringing an Anglo-American framing into European debate. But I also want to say about what John Ruggie said, which I'm very familiar with. I read what he said and I know why he said it. He was scared that by introducing that the whole thing would be lost. So John Ruggie did not say don't include duties of the board because it's in the wrong place or anything like that. He said because he was scared that there would be no mandatory rules on due diligence, just to be clear on that. And besides that, I would love to have discussed more, because I think a lot of what business is afraid of with some elements of the due diligence directive could have been formulated in a better way that would be better for business as well, and still achieve the objectives that it intended to achieve. And that the Commission's proposal was shot down twice by the Regulatory Scrutiny Board was also because of a lot of lobbying against the Regulatory Scrutiny Board. So I don't think we can, no, that, yeah, I can see the expression on your face, but that is well documented. So there have been calls for scrutiny of the Regulatory Scrutiny Board. But yes, I take your implicit invitation to discuss these matters more. So I will be in touch, Pedro. Thank you.
So maybe we can give the floor to David for his question. Yes, please.
I was really intrigued by Pedro's comment on the fact that they would like to have harmonization in Europe, rather than having something that is apply across Europe. And I was curious, are you looking at the French model to be brought at the European level?
The French model is already the model, was one of the inspirations for the Commission. I would even dare to say, and this is, but it's just an exercise of reading the concrete articles. the European proposal goes much beyond the French model. It covers the whole value chain. It does not only include, let's say, liability, but there's also all sorts of sanctions, much more granular in terms of the obligations. It includes an Article 15 on transition plans of companies. So the French model is definitely, has been one of the inspirations, not the only one, but the Commission proposal went much beyond that. And for us, as I said, 27 models on due diligence will not serve any purpose. We need one single model because fragmentation is not helpful, especially in this area where we need a better legal certainty for companies to be better operate. And then if I might just add to the comment on John Ruggie, I cannot resist, I'm sorry. He said clearly, company directors are not the main drivers of short-termism of companies. These are his words. So I just want to put out there that he is also, it's not about that he doesn't want it's true that he didn't want it to have it in this regulation for all sorts of reasons, because it could jeopardize the due diligence, but he also added that company directors are not the main drivers of short-termism. So I think we should be precise there.
Thank you. Alessio, please, for
yes,
final
just a final line that is, first of all, to invite all of you for having in Macerata this debate, of course. This is a self-advertisement, of course. No, the second point, it was related to something that Mr. Fischler was saying before. Thank you very much for the Rana Plaza discussion. I want just to link it to something that my students here have already heard last week during a seminar that we had, because Sophie very, very clearly pointed out that one of the enterprises that were interested in that was also Benetton. And it was because, well, they were the very first one that said, yes, but we are not involved in that. It was a seminar dealing with corporate reputation by a person that is operating in corporate information and corporate communication. And it is very interesting because they had no possibility to understand immediately if in the value chain of Benetton that specific enterprise was included or not. And that enterprise actually was not to be included and would not have to be included neither if the most advanced part of the due diligence proposal would have been put in place, because it was a non-authorized third-party supplier to the to Benetton main enterprise. And so this would be even outside the value chain. So this is something that we must very carefully take into account, because I think that it is always important. It's important naturally to think about sustainability, but also to think about sustainability in a way that is fully compliant with the legal framework. And in this case, the legal framework would not allow to reach and that point, because there was a breach of the law at a certain point. But just a comment. Thank you very much. Thanks again for your presentations.
So thank you very much.
Excuse me, I just wanted to say that I think for the directive, the French law is certainly a model, but also the German law, who is more recent. And I think the French law was a good idea, but you have seen we have almost no results for injuries and for responsibility. So at the beginning, the law wanted to give money to people in Bangladesh. And I think with this law, never one people will receive €1, because the responsibility is too hard for the evidence to give. So it's a good thing, but I don't think it's the best. And I think the German law is more effective.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thanks a lot to all our speakers, to those who contributed to the debate, and of course, a special thanks to Alessio for organizing such a wonderful conference and involving so many high-level speakers in it and involving us as members of the chair. So thank you very much.
So take advantage of the open bar if you want, while we are changing the floor for having the two communication sessions. session. So the floor to the chair, please, Pamela.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to section number 4.1. I'm Pamela Lattanzi. I'm professor of food law at the Department of Law of this university. There will be, this session is dedicated to PhD candidates communications. There will be 3 talks. Every speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation. And the first speaker is Elena Codoni. She is a PhD student at the University of Macerata and at the University of Paris-Est Créteil. Okay, Paris-Est Créteil. And she will be talking about the French and Italian benefit companies. Please, Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you, Professor Bartolocelli, to the possibility to present my PhD research. And my talk deals with the Italian social benefit and the French société à mission. The existing model on this year of benefit corporation across the world all originated from the activity, the lobbying activity of BILAB, is a non-profit organization founded in the USA in 2008. And the sentiment that has guided BILAB in this year, supposedly, is to overcome the shareholder value maximization approach that will be considered responsible for the disastrous consequences of our days, so social inequality, environmental damages, climate change, and so on. So BILAB first created B Corp certification, which is a private certification released to the companies that decide to measure the impact throughout the impact assessment. But the intention of BILAB in this year also been to push the actual lawmakers to adopt a new business model that will be embed a corporate governance system that prioritize ideally all stakeholders. So throughout this lobbying activity, BILAB pushed some states in North America, South America, and Europe to adopt a legal form of benefit corporation. So in this way, along with the B Corp certification, many states adopt a legal form of corporation called benefit corporation, like happened in the United States, in many states, Delaware, for example, or in British Columbia, a province in Canada, or simple a legal qualification, as it happens in Italy and France, that we have a benefit corporation that is not a new type of business organization, but just a legal qualification that any type of business organization in Italy and France may obtain by amend the article of association with, in part, regarding the company purpose. So until last July, in the European Union, only Italy and France has so far recognized benefit corporation in their national legislation. But last July in 2022, Spain joined the club by introducing Sociedad de Beneficio and Interés Común. Sorry for the Spanish. In Italy, benefit corporation were introduced under the name Società Benefit by the Stability Act in 2015. And one of the aim of the introduction of this legal qualification was the idea to create a corporation that have a dual purpose, profit and common benefit. And the idea was to realize a change of economical and entrepreneurial paradigm. France have the same idea to overcome the traditional capitalism. So they introduced a new idea of capitalism that was more responsible and equitable. And in comparison with Italian experience, France acted in a different line and with a more structural reform. In fact, in 2019, France introduced with the so-called Loi Pacte. First, the benefit corporation, so the Société à Mission, but at the same time, they decide to modify the general rules for companies, allowing them explicitly to adopt their raison d'être and modifying the article regarding the intérêt social élargi in the Code Civil. So the benefit corporation, just some legal peculiarity regarding benefit corporation. The benefit corporation is characterized by the fact that the company pursue dual or multiple purpose, profit, and at the same time, social and environmental mission. And in Italy, to obtain the legal qualification, the associate define the specific common benefit goals that the company should pursue throughout the modification of the article. And the common benefit must be pursued along with the usual subjective profit purpose, that is the shareholders' interest for getting the dividends. Thus, the director in this way, the director that must adopt their decision balancing between the interest of the shareholders and the pursuit of the purpose of common benefit state in the article of association of the company. In this way, the director of the benefit corporation, taking care of the pursuit of the common benefit indicate, should accomplish the shareholders' will. But this way to adopt the decision that is a balancing between interest of shareholder and the common purpose create a problem regarding to discretionary broad the powers of the director that make it difficult to supervise their managerial choices and detect their accountability. In addition, there is an actual risk that the board prioritize the best economic outcome for the shareholders, leaving the common good in the background, as the purpose, the common purpose, must only be pursued in addition to the profit purpose. In addition, the director are liable for not complying with the common benefit state in the charter of the company, but according to the Italian and French law, only the shareholders have the power to sue their directors on behalf of the company for breach their duty, and only if their action led to damage for a company. We don't have in Italy and France any specific right to recognize to the stakeholders of the benefit corporation according to the Italian French law. And it's some difference between the other legislation where for example, in Delaware legislation or in British Columbia legislation, the lawmakers decide to exclude this possibility to reconnect stakeholder right to the stakeholders, of course, in case of breach of the common purpose in the article. So the benefit corporation potentially should be submitted to the provision of the company law relating to the specific corporate form in which the benefit corporation is incorporated. In this case, in France, the court have for years accepted action by a third party like workers, creditors, who invoke the liability of directors who have violated statutory commitment or acted improperly, provided the claimants prove that they have suffered a prejudice resulting from the director misconduct. However, there is still no jurisprudence against a director of a Société à Mission, but someone in literature agrees with extending this action to third parties like stakeholders of benefit corporation in France. In Italy, learned scholars discuss the possibility of applying the rule of director's liability for direct damage to a shareholder or a third party to the stakeholder of benefit corporation to allow them to invoke director's liability by provide direct pecuniary damage due to the director's conduct. In any case, the absence of special provision for companies with the benefit corporation status could raise doubts concerning the concrete relevance that is accorded to the stakeholder of a benefit corporation. who are referred directly or indirectly in the article of association as the beneficiary of the activity of the corporation. So it seems that stakeholders of a benefit corporation do not have any special status compared to the stakeholder of a no-benefit corporation that decide on one-time basis to take a certain benevolent action towards certain stakeholders. So the stakeholder of a benefit corporation can receive the benefit of the activity of the company, but they can't claim it to act for the company. And also regarding the stakeholders' prerogatives in the management and control of the benefit corporation, that should be a crucial point according to what's the idea of BLAB in creating the benefit corporation. So the stakeholder governance model. In Italy and France, it's not provide anything for the participation of the stakeholder in the management and the control of the company, but it's left to discretionality of the company to establish internal committees to represent the various stakeholder or category of stakeholder, like they are representative of NGO, for example, or association, and carry out certain type of consultation or supervision. There is just a disposition in French law that some scholars believe being a special power for stakeholder of a société à mission. I'm referring to the obligation that is prescribed to a société à mission in France that must include one or more employee in the benefit purpose monitoring body, the comité de mission. I think that is connected with the traditional, the French corporate law traditionally given works special form of control over management activity. So in my opinion, the presence of the employee in the comité de mission does not represent an opening to stakeholder interference in the management and control of the société à mission, but exclusively a heritage of the tradition of French corporate law. But of course, it's my opinion. There is some difference between the Italian French law regarding the control. In particular, the French lawmakers try to overcome some of the enforcement weakness found in the Italian legislators legislation concerning the need to verify the execution and the effective pursuit of the mission state in the charter. And it's provided in the French law that the comité de mission shall be in charge of monitoring the execution of the purpose, the environmental or social purpose, and they have to present an annual report attached to the management report, and this report has to be verified by an independent third-party body. The Italian law does not provide any type of external control by an external body. In fact, it's the company itself that provides to draft an annual report to show the result of its activity. But in this way, it's difficult to prove the failure to pursue the common benefit purpose or its violation, and consequently sanction the benefit corporation and its director. So there is a real risk of greenwashing, purpose washing, or whatever, and companies and a risk of the companies exploiting the marketing advantages of the benefit qualification, because of course there is a many advantages with the use of the label in the name in the label. So I would like to conclude with my personal remarks, and I believe that the benefit corporation can exist in a system where is a legal system where is clear that the sole purpose of the corporation is profit maximization for its shareholder. In this context, can be a useful option to create a different business model that combine profit and the pursuit of common benefit for society. But of course, it is necessary to implement the tools for monitoring and verifying the execution of the mission. For example, it is necessary to set objective standard of measurement and impose external control, in particular for the Italian law. And I think this change could also be useful in binding the liability of the company and the board of the director in case of non-compliance with the mission. In addition, I believe the most important change is to add new mandatory provision to impose a consultation and monitoring power for stakeholders of the benefit corporation. This change, of course, might make the benefit company model less attractive, but at the same time, these new obligations could implement the credibility and the commitment to the environment and the social problem of the benefit corporation and create a real difference between benefit corporation that have a dual purpose and the other companies that have the sole purpose of the profit. Moreover, I would like to conclude with some consideration regarding the European Union and the new the goal of the European lawmaker. And I believe if the goal of the European lawmakers is to move beyond the idea of traditional capitalism, to force all companies to increase their responsibility and overcome the traditional capitalism, the most effective way is to adopt new mandatory obligation for all companies. But in this case, the regulation of benefit corporation in Italy, France, Spain, and I hear that also there is a proposal in Germany to adopt a status of benefit corporation, should be renewed or eliminated to avoid the risk of giving benefit corporation undeserved advantages with the use of the label in the market, of course. So if the amount of the commitment will be raised for all companies, it will have to be raised even higher for the benefit companies to make a real difference regarding the commitment and the responsibility for the society. And I would like to say thank you for your attention and thank you again for the possibility.
Thank you very much, Elena. Thank you for your presentation, which has given us a very interesting critical perspective on benefit companies which are so numerous in Italy. So now the next speaker is Clara De Chirico. She is abroad. Good afternoon,
Hello.
Clara.
Hello, good afternoon.
She is PhD candidate at the University of Macerata and at the University of Ottawa. And she will be talking about Canadian Indigenous communities and sustainability. Please, Clara, the floor is yours. Okay.
Okay, just let me know if you can see the slides, please.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor, for introducing me. So my presentation today looks at how to implement sustainability and reconciliation within the context of economic development projects in Canada. So I will start by spending a few words on how my talk relates to sustainability. So usually we tend to think that sustainability is only about environment, but that's not the case. Take, for example, the concept of sustainable development, which integrates environmental concerns with social and economic concerns. And in fact, to implement sustainable development goals, the engagement of Indigenous communities in industrial projects is fundamental. Also, from an Indigenous point of view, the concept of sustainability itself extends beyond environmental stewardships and includes consultation with native groups, protection of cultural resources and traditional knowledge, as well as respect for differences among populations. So, of course, in practice, the achievement of meaningful relationship between local communities and industry is not an easy task. Literature shows that there are substantial issues as well as procedural issues that somehow limit the realization of those goals. For example, we have power asymmetries and lack of trust between the parties, as well as proponents' uncertainty on how to proceed, what standards to follow during the consultation process. Of course, scholars have advanced some recommendations on how to mitigate these issues, but the problem is that usually those recommendations address Western actors alone. So indigenous communities are usually somehow given like not as much space as Western actors in contributing to this change. So in my study, I'm looking for alternatives to this approach. And I claim that sound relationships between the parties are achievable, but only if both parties play an equal role in the consultation. In this slide, I added this slide just to give you a sense of the tensions over Indigenous consultations in Canada. This is a piece of yesterday's news reporting Indigenous groups' claim for greater participation in mining projects in their traditional land, specifically in Ontario. And they are also recalling the need for institutional actors to seek their free, prior, and informed consent. As you can read, they ask for a major say. They are saying that institutions are not listening to them. They are just ignoring their voice. Of course, questions arise and are particularly on how can relationships be improved and what guidelines, if any, can be used to improve those collaborations. So to answer those questions, I examined a sample of 17 unilateral consultation protocols from Indigenous communities in Canada. These documents are essentially issued by Indigenous communities to address questions associated with consultation process. And there are a few reasons why I selected these documents. The first is that they express the Indigenous perspective on consultation, so they are consistent with the critical Indigenous methodology, which I applied, and which aims at bringing the Indigenous worldview into research. The second reason why I chose UC-PISA is because they expressly address proponent corporations as delegated parties from the government to carry out the consultation in practice. In fact, the duty to consult lies with the Crown, so the government essentially, and it is usually delegated to other parties, can be either proponents or governmental agencies. So in this case, proponents are actually involved in consultation directly with the Indigenous communities. And the third reason is that the sample that I selected covers a wide geographical area. So it respects the differences between Indigenous communities and also the complexity of Indigenous cultures. So first of all, the first stage of my process was about conducting a textual analysis of those protocols. I looked at recurrent concepts and terms in order to underlie and identify some values, Indigenous values for consultations. And drawing on those values during the second step of my research, I outlined 5 practical principles for improving relationship between industry and communities. So this second step was specifically informed by the two-eyed seeing principle, which is a principle developed by an Indigenous elder in the specific field of scientific learning, and it aims at reconciling somehow Indigenous and Western way of approaching scientific learning. So it aims at adopting like a cooperative view, what it is usually referred as waving between two different worldviews. So the result of the adoption of this two-eyed view in my research is that the principle I identified balance and account for both parties' interests, although they are essentially rooted on Indigenous values. In the application of a TES principle is part of the originality of my study, since it lacks formal recognition in the legal field, and previous research on UCPs never applied this specific principle. So the 4 values of consultation that I identified by applying the textual analysis are outlined here in the slide. The first is the principle of interconnectedness, which values the interdependence among all creation, so all elements, not just people, but also animals and natural elements. The second value is reciprocity, which encourages the knowledge exchange between people belonging to different traditions. The third actually refers to the fact that people are accountable to people and other natural elements they are connected with. And the fourth value, which is the value of materiality, indicates the indigenous responsiveness to practical issues and refusal of abstraction. So as I said, building on those values, I identified 5 principles for improving the relationships between indigenous groups and corporations. Here they are, there is just an outline, but I will look at them more in detail. So the first one is that all members of the community should be involved in the consultation. It stems from the value of interconnectedness and implies that the consultation should occur within the community, and if necessary, other communities, affected communities, and or subcontractors may be involved in the consultation too. The application of this principle may be beneficial for community members as they would have a say in the project, but it will be also beneficial to corporation because their task would be simplified, as they wouldn't be asked to reach out to all the members of the community, since as I said, the consultation would occur within the community. The second and third principles are both coming from the value of reciprocity. Specifically, the principle of mutual learning requires corporations and communities to mutually disclose their interests and expectations at a very early stage of the process in order to make proponents more inclined to accommodate indigenous needs, as they would know those needs, and communities would be less skeptical about proponents' good faith and more inclined to provide their consent. The principle of participation with equal power also comes from reciprocity and asks for giving the same space and the same power and say to both parties in negotiations in order to no more have an owner or a leader of the consultation process, but rather create a sort of created space. It has been defined in this way among all the parties of the consultation. The fourth principle is that proponents should perceive consultation as the right thing to do and carry out the consultation regardless of the legal requirements of governmental authorization to proceed or the presence of those elements that trigger the application of the duty to consult. And it hinges on the value of relational accountability, which in this specific case would be that proponent duties arise from relationship with communities affected by industrial operations. The application of this principle would be useful to overcome the mistrust of communities toward consultation and would also result in enhancing the long-term success of the projects. The last principle is that practical issues should be included and considered in consultation. For example, consultation agreements should define timelines, refer to resource provision, and also include sample templates. This principle derives from the value of materiality, and it is useful to both parties because communities would be sure to have appropriate resources to realize a meaningful consultation. So to understand the project and to express an informed consent on it. Whereas for proponents, the presence of templates and timelines would permit them to early assess the feasibility of their proposal and avoid money waste and time waste, as well as to ensure that the project proceeds straightforwardly. So to conclude, these principles are beneficial to indigenous communities and corporations. They may strengthen indigenous communities' self-determination, as well as provide corporate directors with a substantive guidelines in implementing sustainable development principles. On top of that, being of a general character, these principles also have the potential to apply beyond the implementation of the duty to consult, so they can affirm themselves as the new standards for building meaningful relationships between affected local communities and operating corporations. So this is more or less the gist of my research. Here you can find a list of the analyzed protocols, and here are some references. Thank you so much for being here, and if you have questions or feedback or comments, just let me know or reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Clara. Thanks, Clara, for your presentation and for sharing with us the results of your fascinating research. So thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Now, the last speaker, Davide Clementi. He is a PhD candidate at the University of Macerata. His presentation will deal with the topic of environmental courts in Asia.
Thank you, Professor Lattanzi, and good evening, everyone. And thank you to Professor Bartolocelli for this opportunity. I would like to start from an assumption that in case of the protection of the environment and sustainability, as we have stated during this morning, norms, regulations, and standards alone are not enough. Since the 70s and onwards, states have been adopting in international fora rules and principles that aim to manage pollution, to govern the negative effects of anthropic actions, and even limiting their own powers or the capacity of their citizens and firms to do business or to engage in economic activities. This is also the case for Far East or Asia Pacific countries, such as the Union of India and the People's Republic of China. Similar to Western countries, even these two emerging or emerged countries have been adopting legal instruments to solve the compelling environmental issues. One of these instruments are the so-called environmental courts. Courts and tribunals are the place where, more than any other, the necessary protection to the rights and legitimate interests of citizens and businesses is realized, where even the state can be limited in its action, where the environment is increasingly finding protection. As the United Nations Environmental Programme had to say recently, environmental regulations need appropriate spaces where they can be enforced, and increasingly states are creating environmental courts for this purpose. Environmental courts were first created by two countries of the global north, even in a strange position, although geographically. Starting from the Land Environmental Court of New South Wales in 1979, and then the Environment Court of New Zealand in 1996, the date where I was born. These two common law countries have profoundly innovated the legal system, transferring all judicial cases to an all-encompassing court that decides over civil, criminal, and administrative cases with an objective connection with the environment. Moreover, these two courts not only centralize jurisdiction over the environment, but are also composed by a mixture of a legal expert team and an environmental expert one team, who together decided cases brought before them. For the first time, these two countries not only have tried to overcome the difficulties from the passage from a law of principle to a law of action and facts. Also, India was the first country that tried to repropose this model. And for the first time in Asia, India also seeking regulation to a series of tremendous disasters, such as the Bhopal incident. The Bhopal disaster, also known as the Bhopal gas tragedy, was a catastrophic industrial accident that occurred in 1984 in Bhopal, India. A toxic gas leak of pesticide from a plant owned by Union Carbide Corporation, a US corporation, resulted in the release of over 40 tons of deadly gas acid called methyl isocyanate into the surrounding atmosphere. The exact death toll is still disputed, but the estimates range from 3,000 and to over 50,000 deaths just in the days and weeks following the disaster, with tens of thousands of people suffering from respiratory problems, blindness, and other health issues. This is still nowadays the world's largest industrial disaster. In what might have been called a top-down approach, first the Indian Supreme Court and then the Law Commission of India, which is a governmental body inside the executive branch of the Indian government, have repeatedly called on the Indian government and the parliament to implement, following the example and stating clearly of the example of Australia and New Zealand, the establishment of environmental courts suitable for ensuring efficiency and speed of process on the one hand, and competence and effectiveness of legal decision-making on the other. Despite the failure of the first initial attempt to create an Indian National Environmental Tribunal due to the clear lack of political will on the part of the New Delhi government, in 2010 and before 2009, the Lok Sabha, the Indian Parliament, adopted and implemented an act, the National Green Tribunal Act of India, that established the NGT. The establishment of the NGT and the enactment of the NGT Act and the entry into operation of the National Green Tribunal marked the legislative and procedural crystallization of a specialized environmental justice model in India, marking the shift from a model of justice that we might call environment in courts, in which the resolution of environmental disputes is devolved to ordinary juridical fora, which may lack specific scientific expertise, to a model of environmental courts, in which environmental jurisdiction becomes centralized and specialized and constitutively endowed with technical scientific expertise to resolve disputes that transcend the traditional partition, especially from a civil law point of view, between civil, administrative, and criminal jurisdiction. Where India, however, has come now to a settled legislature, the People's Republic of China has, on the contrary, preferred an experimental, one might say bottom-up approach to environmental courts. While in the first time, in the 90s, the Supreme People's Court explicitly denied the recognition of the possibility of the establishment of an environmental code in the now famous Wuhan District Court, which wanted to take advantage of a provision in the so-called organic law of the People's Republic of China on court. Later, in the response to an environmental degradation of Hongfeng Lake, that's one in the slide, the Guizhou Provincial People's Assembly approved in 2007 the establishment of an environmental court in Xinjiang city. This court, expressly created for the resolution of a concrete case, was in contradiction what was stated before, and in contradiction with the so-called principle, first we pollute, then we manage. The Provincial Communist Party pushed the accelerator on the road to creating an environmental court, even before the Communist Party at the national level had adopted this instrument. The experience of the Xinjiang court has been emulated by several other Chinese courts, which have established, limited to the area of competence, a court or a tribunal that centralizes environmental jurisdiction regardless of the civil, criminal, or administrative nature of cases at a procedural level to apply the law on civil procedure and endow the judging panel with environmental expertise through the appointment of experts and technicians specifically trained on environmental issues. And as the Chief Justice of the first World Land and Environmental Court of New South Wales once stated, Brian Preston, pointed out that increasingly it's recognized that court with specific competencies in environmental matters is the most suitable position to play this role in achieving an ecological sustainable development, and the role of the specialization seen not as an end, but rather as a means to reach an end. It is expected that a specialized court would ensure great consistency in decision-making, reduce delays, and facilitate the development of environmental laws, policies, and principles. In the two Indo-Pacific countries that I tried to analyze in my research, the instrumentalism in the establishment of environmental courts and the need to remedy to the dramatic deterioration of the environment can be found throughout the development and the formation of environmental justice, where it clearly emerges from its genesis that intrinsic contradiction between the environmental protection and the economic development. These contradictions animate the very nature of environmental protection, of environmental law, of the effectiveness of the protection of subjective rights and interests of individuals, and of their natural intrinsic and clashing with the other interests and objective of public authorities, and with the superior interest of the conservation of ecosystems and resources, in search of that difficult balance between the safeguarding of growth, social stability, and the protection also for the sake of future generation of the environment, which may perhaps be achieved in India and China as elsewhere, also to the competent and also through a competent and specialized environmental jurisdiction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, David, for your very interesting analysis of courts and tribunals dealing with environmental issues. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their valuable presentations. Special thanks to Alessio Bartolacelli for his wonderful leadership of our project. Thank you very much. General opinions. So I give the floor to Ninfa Contigiani for the next session.
Sorry. The last session, before the start, the last session, I also want to thank you, Alessio, for everything and perfect organization. And good afternoon, everybody. This session is especially designed for early stage research. It starts Giacomo Menegus. His presentation. Giacomo Menegus is a research fellow in constitutional law at the Department of Law, Macerata University. His research interest focus on constitutional adjudication, territorial autonomies, regulation of sharing economy, and this speech is on sustainable tourism. Let's go.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Alessio, again, for your kind invitation. Was most welcome. One of the most authoritative Italian scholars in tourism law, Vincenzo Franceschelli, recently traced the history of tourism law in a captivating little book named Le stagioni del turismo, which can be roughly translated as the ages of tourism. In this book, Franceschelli described the evolution of the legislation on tourism with a focus on Italy, starting from the Le Grand Tour, touching upon the first pieces of legislation adopted in Italy, specifically addressing tourism, then the rise of tourism industry, and finally the advent of the European Union law concerning the consumer protection. This journey ends in contemporary times with the emergence of mass tourism and its adverse consequences on cities and the environment. In the very last part of this small book, Franceschelli focuses on the challenges posed to tourism law in our contemporary world. The first challenge addressed in the book is sustainability and sustainable development in tourism. In this respect, Franceschelli states that the current age will be the one of sustainable tourism law. This intriguing statement, however, must be discussed and carefully examined. What does it imply that we are living or we are about to live in the age of sustainable tourism law? And moreover, in particular, what exactly is sustainable tourism law? In the following 10 minutes, I'll try to cover the main legal instrument which may be regarded as sustainable tourism law. Then I will critically examine their effectiveness and the capacity to implement sustainability in tourism sector, with the aim in the final remarks to assess the current inconsistency of the so-called sustainable tourism law. However, first, it is necessary to define sustainable tourism. According to the definition provided by the World Tourism Organization, sustainable tourism can be described as a tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitor, the industry, the environment, and host communities as well. The first emergence of the idea of sustainable tourism can be traced back to the Manila Declaration of World Tourism, 1980. But the mentioned definition, however, as maybe self-evident even from the wording, mainly holds its core concept to the broader idea of sustainable development, which emerged 7 years later in the Brundtland Report, which, however, did not even mention tourism. Anyway, bearing in mind this definition, if we search for sustainable tourism law, we must refer to those legal instruments establishing rules and principles conceived to attain sustainability in the tourism sector. At the international level, an array of charters is devoted to sustainable tourism. Just to mention the most significant, we have first the Charter for Sustainable Tourism, signed in Lanzarote in 1995, which recognized that tourism is ambivalent since it can contribute positively to socio-economic and cultural achievement, while at the same time, it can contribute to the degradation of the environment and the loss of local identity. And the same charter laid down the fundamental principle and objectives of the matter. Later, the Global Code of Ethics on Tourism was adopted in 1999 by the General Assembly of the World Tourism Organization. These legal instruments, a common feature is that they are regarded as soft law or policy instruments. They are not legally binding, and therefore, even though they are central to the definition of the founding principle of sustainable tourism, they did not establish any legal obligation, neither for public authorities nor for stakeholders. So there was an attempt to go beyond this minimal approach, intended to reinforce the effectiveness of the Global Code of Ethics for Tourism. And this effort was made with the drafting and approval of the Framework Convention of Tourist Ethics, the first international treaty under the United Nations for Tourism Organization. But however, for now, accessions to the convention are still extremely limited because only 4 states ratified the treaty. So they are Albania, Lebanon, Nigeria, and Seychelles, preventing the same treaty from entering into force. Since under its Article 20, Paragraph 1, the convention shall enter into force on the 30th day following the date of the deposit of the 10th instrument of ratification, acceptance, approval, and accession. Put it briefly, the international legal instruments, despite well-established principles, have very little effectiveness. At the level of the European Union law, the situation is not much better. According to Article 6, letter D, and Article 195 of the Treaty on Functioning of the EU, the Union has only supporting and complementary competence in relation to tourism. And in particular, Article 195 states that the Union shall complement the action of the member states in tourism sector, in particular by promoting the competitiveness and of Union undertakings. And this specific aim is pursued by encouraging the creation of favorable environment for the development of undertakings in this sector, and by promoting cooperation between member states. And that is whole. This legal basis, however, was helpful in promoting interesting policy measures, like among many others, European Tourism Indicator System for Sustainable Destination Management, that is a system of indicators suitable for all tourist destinations. Other significant European initiatives are those of a EU eco-label, for instance, or smart tourism destination, and this is a pilot project. However, again, given the limited competence of the EU, we have only policy measures, and at most instrument that may be associated with the idea of nudging that was proposed by Thaler and Sustain. All in all, at the supranational level, there are no legal tools other than soft law. So trying to detect sustainable tourism law at the national level, and here I refer directly to the Italian context, is almost a mission impossible. If we were to count the number of times that sustainable tourism is mentioned in every single municipal tourism planning, destination, tourism management document, state and regional tourism policy, or even in the advertisement broadcast on radio, on TV, we would believe that the Italian tourism system has already completely moved from a traditional industry of mass tourism to sustainability. This is true for the strategic plan for tourism development, 2017-2020, in which all the policies are imbued with the idea of sustainability. And later, even in the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, which is focused on sustainable tourism, we have a lot of significant resources allocated to projects promoting sustainable tourism. Just think of the famous, well-known Bando Borghi, or attractiveness of villages, as translated by the Ministry of Cultural Heritage. Anyway, apart from this excessive use of the term sustainable tourism, there is no trace of traditional or even innovative legal instruments to pursue sustainability in the tourism sector. One may object that implementing sustainability in this sector does not necessarily entail legal obligation, constraints, and limitation to economic activities. The same objective, for instance, may be pursued through financial incentives or policy documents, captivating marketing campaigns. But in this respect, I found illuminating a brief note on a well-known review of the tourist sector, in which the author noted that even one of the most successful cases of such kind of marketing, and this is one of those of organic food, resulted in a market share of 5–6%. What is the market share of truly sustainable tourism? That is far lower than the one of organic food. And even if it were more significant, it would be a drop in an ocean of mass tourism. The truth is that tourism, to be genuinely sustainable, needs regulation. Regulation means legally binding norms, limiting activities, putting constraints, and introducing legal obligations to public authorities, stakeholders, and tourists. But this is even more evident that there is no public authority that is enthusiastic about the idea of introducing such constraints. Examples of this in action are under everyone's eyes. In Italy, contrary to the most member states of the European Union, and contrary to the major touristic cities in Europe, we do not have in 2023 any kind of regulation concerning short-term rentals. The spread is affecting housing affordability and the stock of dwellings for residents on the market. The platform-led tourism is clearly experiencing an unsustainable growth. However, nobody is going to establish rules to balance the interests of landlords, converting their houses in tourist accommodation on the one hand, and the right to housing of the locals on the other hand. There are other good examples, those of cruise ship in Venice. UNESCO had to threaten Italy with a so-called blacklist to have the big ships moved away from San Marco, but they still dock in the lagoon. And then just think of the ski resorts that are still under construction or planned even in this region, despite the dramatic effects of the climate change. And what we can say about the lack of legal instruments to manage tourist flows, measures still have to rely on urgent orders to stop traffic in alpine spaces during the high season, limit access to the most fragile seaside, and reduce the pressure or flows in specific streets in the most crowded touristic destination. And finally, I must mention also the limited citizens' participation, which is ensured by administrative proceeding in touristic planning, because the administrative proceeding tend to involve only stakeholders in this respect. So there is not even a semblance of a relevant legal framework. So to finish my short speech, as a constitutional lawyer, this lack of regulation is alarming, especially because it's not replaced by other instruments capable of restoring sustainability in this economic sector. After the pandemic, tourism is growing very fast, and there is no legal toolkit to efficiently govern this growth in a way capable of preserving the competing rights and interests set aside the tourism industry. So as Franceschelli said in his book, we may enter the age of sustainable tourism, which seems to me more of a hope than an actual consideration. However, as sustainable tourism law, this is yet to come, and there is still a very long way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giacomo. And the next speaker is Cristiana Lauri. Cristiana is adjunct professor of administrative law institution at the University of Macerata. Her research focuses on territorial government, environment, public asset. And her speech is on governing smart, sustainable cities.
Thank you. Okay, it's working. So thank you, Professor Bartolacelli. Thank you, Professor Pelliziani, for inviting me today. I'm going to share with you part of my research about smart city, and specifically I will explore the link between the concept of smart city and that of sustainable city. These two concepts are interdisciplinary fields explored by urban studies through different perspectives. Mine is the one of public law, administrative law, environmental law. The idea underlying my presentation is that the two concepts have to converge towards an institutional framework to be effective, also in the perspective of getting real sustainability, quoting our keynote speaker this morning. So in the research conducted today, scholars investigated the smart city as a new vision of urban context, a new paradigm to be developed and applied with respect to 6 axiological dimensions. We have environment, economy, living, mobility, governance, and people in an interdisciplinary perspective, and regardless of whether they belong to traditional institutional context, such as metropolitan or municipal level. Authors talk about smart city as well as about smart places, smart regions, smart towns, smart villages. We have different geometries. I'm quoting the study of Giffinger and others, 2007. A smart city is a well-performing is a city well-performing in a forward-looking way. I think that this forward-looking way is the essence of sustainability. It is looking through an intergenerational perspective and considering the governance dimension. The main feature here is polycentrism. We find a cooperation of public and private institutions and markets. Policymakers have been facing urban issues through soft law tools. I'm thinking about the UN New Urban Agenda, about the Toledo Charter on Urban Regeneration, the Leipzig Charter on Sustainable Cities. Now we are living a transformative era where the institutional context is that of digital and environmental transition. So crisis factors led to a general strategy for sustainability and resilience, where the post-pandemic recovery is based on plans on public funds that are specifically aimed at pushing toward the renewal and innovation of cities and of infrastructures. So we're living a shift from soft law tools to hard law tools somehow. I will briefly show this through the case of one of the axiological dimensions of smart city, which is the one of mobility. Mobility represents a driving factor of change in the evolution of law in general. This has been highlighted by urban planning lawyers. And this could be an example of convergence between the three pillars of sustainable development, the economic, environmental, and social one. Indeed, contemporary urban contexts we know are characterized by several issues such as urban congestion, air and noise pollution, issues that have been exacerbated also if one thinks about the growing polarization between centers and suburbs, remote villages or inner areas, and frequent inefficiencies of local public transport, consequence risks of social marginalization. Awareness of these critical issues, which indeed afflict many urban contexts on a global scale, has been specifically addressed by one of the Sustainable Development Goals, is 11.2, I'm quoting, by 2030, provide access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport system for all, improving road safety, notably by expanding public transport, with special attention to the needs of those in vulnerable situations, women, children, persons with disabilities, and older persons. As highlighted by the European Court of Auditors in a special report about sustainable urban mobility in the EU, no substantial improvement is possible without member states' commitment. So in this context, we had market solution that tried to respond to the demand for mobility, proposing innovative solutions such as shared transport, intelligent transport system. But in an era dominated by ecological crisis, principles of prevention, precaution, integration, equality through a holistic approach, which is the approach that characterized the smart city method according to most scholars, impose regulatory systems that through different measures, planning, command and control, liberalization, market, in the path of digital and ecological transition, aim to decongest urban centers, to improve the quality of life by planning system of sustainable urban mobility with new technologies, new policies, new legal tools that are integrating, resulting in a new generation of town planning, which is the one of urban regeneration, and which is characterized by limitation of land consumption, environmental impact reduction, preservation of local economies, digitization, social inclusion, wide accessibility. This results in a strategy which is a public strategy, and we can identify the main points in a clear direction right now, which is basically the climate strategy. Think about the Paris Agreement with the national determined contribution. Think about the European climate law. And think about the package of proposal 455. 2 days ago, the regulation about EU-wide emission reduction target was adopted.
So with new targets for cars and vans for 2030 and beyond, including 100% reduction target for 2035 for new cars and vans. And we also have an integrated national energy and climate policy with plans that are including sustainable urban mobility plans and different measures, among which intelligent transport system, infomobility, smart roads. This new regulatory framework is essential in order to observe how urban planning tools that were traditionally based on the balance of local interests according to general rules, principles set by national norms specified in regional laws, are now more and more affected by supranational and EU legal system. Also, if we think about the new, about the Green Deal, and about the Italian plan for recovery and resilience, we can find axes that are dedicated to sustainable mobility, to sustainable local transport, to intermodality and integrated logistics. In this framework, also the issue of justice and principles of equality and solidarity becomes central to the redesign of urban mobility policies. And within this regulatory framework, the administrative tools that are included in the catalog of sustainable mobility are flexible, open, heterogeneous, circular, and they are intended to act on different profiles. We find the concept of soft mobility, we find the 15-minute city, we find the city 30, so different paths. And from the point of view of administrative action, the programming and planning function come to the fore, both in the mobility sector and in the integration of the mobility sector with other policies. So how are policymakers facing this need for smart, sustainable mobility? The answer is the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. It seems to be the tool that can embody the needs of the contemporary city. And we find the concept of sustainable urban mobility planning that, according to European Commission, is Europe's, I'm quoting, de facto urban transport planning regulatory concept. We would say that sustainable urban mobility is now the new normal for EU law. And in this European context, sustainable mobility appears in a number of directives related to pollution, reduction, safety, security, in different documents. I'm thinking about the Green Paper on Urban Mobility, about the Action Plan on Urban Mobility, the White Paper, last but not least, the guidelines about sustainable urban mobility plans. The tool has been also examined by the Italian Constitutional Court, talking about the plan, not just about an instrument of strategic nature and programmatic purpose, but containing fundamental, concretely operational indication for the development of the local public transport system, functional to achieving sustainable mobility. I'm jumping to the main characteristic of the sustainable urban mobility plans because they are significant to understand how sustainability is implemented in contemporary cities. The main aspect to highlight is that this kind of plan is not limited to traffic management, but is a pivotal concern for people and their needs, such as on their basic right to mobility, giving that the main targets are not just flow and traffic capacity, but also accessibility, quality of life, social equity, health protection. And this is a short, medium-term delivery plan, but with a long-term vision strategy. So that forward-looking perspective with this intergenerational perspective that appears to be making concrete the principle of sustainable development. It also considered the combination of infrastructures, market regulation, information, promotion. Another interesting aspect is its coordination with other policies and other plans, land use, environment, economic development, social policy, safety, and so the integration with, for example, plans about flood risk, landscape, energy, sustainable development at regional level. And it also is an interesting example of participation of stakeholders in the administrative procedure to get to the plan, and also in terms of evaluation of its impacts on the development of cities. So just to sum up, I think I'm running out of time, okay? According to this general path that I very quickly examined, the principle of sustainability seems to be a principle which is guiding the system as an unifying factor, a baseline in a fragmented and complex system. A baseline also for administrative tools that have to be flexible within a new system that is now dominated by hard law. Building resilience through new forms of city planning is crucial, and the World City Report, also the last one, reaffirms that sustainable urbanization is central to overall sustainable development, considering the impact that local governments have for climate change, for sustainability in general, in a comprehensive sense. And also, if we think about, once again, about the plan, we can find that recovery of logic, of rationality, of urban development that is able to put together a human nature-centric view, which is also, we listened this morning, a part of contemporary constitutions, where environment is now another value and is part of not just the first part of the constitution, but also the economic constitution. But we also find sustainability in urban mobility plans related to the so-called right to the city, if we think about other kind of policies, including solidarity in this field. And in this framework that seems to be towards a political, legal, and administrative direction, which is clear, we can find a framework of hard law which seems to be improved in the recent policies and also regulation. Of course, arguably, one should ask to what extent the success of these kind of plans and other administrative tools depend on a sort of pre-existing situation of cultural change. Where this exists, one can see that these plans can play a catalytic, an integrative role of what is happening in terms of way towards the sustainable development. But where it does not, combining those circles of planning, intense dialogue upon which integrative planning depends, would seem very harder. So just to conclude, this path is not simple because it's related to hard law evolution, but also to a different cultural awareness, especially for public administration and especially at local level. but this is another story. So thank you for now.
Thank you for your speech. And the last speakers is Olena Liak. Okay, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? I hope yes. Thank you so much, Professor Contigiani, for the introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a big thank you, of course, to Professor.
Sorry. My introduction, I don't do.
Well, you still gave me the floor, so thank you for that.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Adjunct professor at the Department of Industrial Chemistry and Research Fellow at the Department of Civil Engineering of the University of Bologna. Okay. Her speech is on strategy for sustainability change management at universities. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, sorry about that. Well, a big thank you to Professor Bartolacelli for organizing such a wonderful event and gathering so many passionate scholars and experts and students who all work towards a more sustainable community and world. So as you can see, my topic would be sustainability change management within universities or at higher education institutions. And the reason I chose this topic today is that normally when we speak about sustainability, we discuss it within the context of businesses. It is internationally recognized that businesses have a duty towards making a contribution in terms of sustainable development. However, it is also to be recognized that universities have a role to play in sustainability research and sustainability teaching, which makes them equally important. And so we should start analyzing their context more as well. And in order to do so, we should start from the very basic concept of change and transition. That is sustainability transition in our context. And so we all know that our modern societies are facing a variety of grand challenges or grand problems, such as in the energy, transportation, food sectors, or many more sectors. And the way that they approach these challenges today is through temporary or partial fixes, which only tend to reinforce negative externalities and institutional lock-ins, so basically inertia. But the best way to go about these grand challenges would be to enact sustainability transition, which would help to achieve this shift from the current state of affairs of the society that we have nowadays, which is linear, towards a newer model of production and consumption, which helps to harmonize societies and natural systems. The main peculiarity of this sustainability transition is, first of all, the multidimensionality, both in terms of the actors that are involved. There's a great range of stakeholders that are involved in this transition, but also in terms of the levels or aspects that are touched through this transition. It can be technological, political, sociocultural, and so on and so forth. And the second main characteristic is the long-termism. So typically we see that sustainability transitions last over 50 years or more. And transition happens usually in an incremental way. But in order to attain a successful sustainability transition, we should actually avoid the incremental part and start moving towards radical changes. And especially changes that take into consideration the systemic resilience, the resilience of the whole system and society throughout the entire transition. An additional success factor is the critical advancements made in knowledge, and the fact that this knowledge gets converted into actions. And this is where higher education institutions come into play, because they have the capacity to become leaders of this change towards a more sustainable future. And that is because they are centers, of course, of research and innovation, centers of learning, but they also act as transformation agents who have a leverage on society and can tweak societal impact on various levels. So, for example, they allow to create a bridge between research on various critical issues. Let's take, for example, climate change, and what happens in society. So they stimulate practical action starting from research so that the future generations' well-being is preserved. Another type of bridging that they do is throughout industries, governments, communities. So they act as living labs who pull together all of these different types of actors, who are not just research institutes, but can be companies, can be national institutions, and so on and so forth. And this is done with the aim to develop sustainable solutions that can be then transferred onto society. Of course, one of the major advantages and powers of higher education institutions is to create human and intellectual capital. Of course, they provide education towards for students, and if they focus their educational curricula on sustainability in particular, they're able to divert the behavior of students and of the student and scientific community towards more pro-environmental behavior. And they would be also able to change the culture of sustainable education. Universities also act as role models for other types of larger institutions. So with their actions, they provide models for initiatives also for cities, as my colleague Cristiana was saying, and also on a national level for governments. And finally, higher education institutions have a critical role in times of crisis. So for example, we saw that during the pandemic outbreak, and the way they act there is that they are able to address social injustices and inequities by resorting to the tools provided by sustainability benchmarking and also the SDGs, of course. But obviously, it's not easy to deal with transition. Transition happens externally, and institutions have to adapt also internally. In particular, they have to adapt their behavior through, of course, what is called organizational change. And the way that an organizational change can be successful is by implementing a customized strategy in order to achieve this objective. And of course, the strategy is mainly a coherent set of actions that helps to translate a business challenge into a sustainable competitive advantage. And every strategy has a set of structural components, which all of us have heard about. So it's mainly providing priorities, strategic directions, helping in defining objectives and goals, and throughout the KPIs, allowing to the achievement of those goals. Also, a strategy helps to identify the peculiar traits of an organization in terms of vision, mission, and values. And if we speak about sustainable strategy, we need obviously to decline those aspects. So prepare a sustainable vision for our institution's future, and a sustainable mission, and a set of sustainable values. Strategies, of course, help through plan for actions in creating a certain consistency among the initiatives that are being implemented, and to manage resources more efficiently in a context which is that of sustainability, which is normally uncertain and ambiguous. And having a plan of action allows also to be able to rectify our direction if it doesn't go as planned through contingency plans. But this is what we know about strategy. Of course, strategic processes within higher education institutions have certain distinctive traits, which all have to be adapted for sustainability. So for example, when we're talking about key decision-making areas, of course, there's always research and development, teaching activities, but also the monitoring of metrics, such as the number of students who got enrolled. Another strategy that is important is that of the recruiting of researchers and the teaching staff and the technical staff. And universities also have to maintain a certain reputation in the scientific community. So the image and branding is also a very huge area for the strategy. In terms of the principles on which strategies at higher education institutions are based, we always need to consider a holistic approach, because a university is a set of subsystems that are all integrated and interrelated among themselves. But this holistic approach needs to be distinguished between two levels of strategic goals: on the corporate level and on the functional level. So the corporate level is self-explanatory. It's about achieving a competitive advantage and striving for higher performance results. Whereas the functional level strategic goals help in creating a more constructive educational environment and to strive towards academic and research excellence. Obviously, it's not easy to create a strategy for sustainability at universities, and that is because universities experience a set of barriers in this domain. So, for example, the methodological instruments that are used for sustainability management at universities are limited in the way they integrate the dimensions of sustainability. So, for example, the values, sustainable values in which the university believes, with the indicators for measuring sustainability. So it's not just important to set a vision, a direction, and a set of principles, but it's also important to measure them over time to help with the improvement case. Also, normally, universities pursue sustainable development with the goal of achieving a political or managerial advantage. And so it is challenging for universities and higher education institutions to understand how to integrate the strategy for sustainability with the paths that have been defined for a sustainably developed society. And of course, it's all done more in principle than in practice. Usually the activities that are implemented for sustainability at universities are isolated. They're not comprehended and globed in a comprehensive strategy. Universities, as much as other organizations, also unfortunately provide and contribute to the negative outcomes and impacts. in terms of unsustainable behavioral patterns, so in terms of pollution and so on and so forth. And this has to be changed and can be changed, but it's not easy because it would include having to replace the current structures with a completely new paradigm, which is that of universal knowledge networks. And obviously, the academic programs on sustainability that are currently available are very narrow in scope, and they are not usually immersed in the practical sphere and holistically speaking also in terms of the subjects that are being touched and the pillars that are being discussed. However, we can, of course, overcome those barriers for universities if we help them to include a set of components within their sustainability strategy. And here I will present in the next few slides 9 of them. So first of all, it is important that the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals become integral to the strategy. And that each department within the university internalizes those goals according to the way that they understand and according to the department's needs, of course. Then it is important to devise a set of internal policies. Policies help with the commitment part of things. So strengthening the university's commitment towards sustainable development. And these policies have to be centrally mandated in order to work. Then one major topic is also that of campuses, facilities. So the practice of greening campuses, for example, through enhanced waste management or the design of buildings that are able to benefit both the occupants, but also have an advantage for the surrounding natural systems. Then there is this practice of backcasting, which mainly consists in defining a desired path for the future, or which is our starting point, and then proceeding backwards from that to identify the actions that are needed towards achieving that desirable future. And this should be a participatory process. So it should involve stakeholders. Stakeholders should be brought into the discussion. And also in contrast and in comparison with the concept of corporate social responsibility, universities also have their own, which is, as you can see, is the concept of university social responsibility. And this is a practice that necessarily has to go beyond voluntary legal requirement, voluntary, of course, compliance with legal requirements. And usually it allows to integrate a social value analysis into one of financial nature. And what the scientific community is trying to do with this university social responsibility concept is to create a benchmark, ideally in the future, along which all the universities can be measured in terms of their effort towards sustainable development. Measurement, quantification is another important, very important aspect. So universities should take care of that. They should quantify their emissions inventory and try to compensate, reduce emissions or pollutions or other negative environmental actions, etc. And measuring will help them.
For the conclusion.
Yes. So these are a set of other tools. So basically, education for sustainable development is an important pillar. So institutionalizing a sustainability curriculum Then trying to pay more attention towards the readiness for change and towards changing the culture within university institutions. And finally, allowing the reporting process to take place, because that is that also allows a great learning experience and provides a reputational advantage to universities in terms of attracting funds or students. As a conclusion, I would like to present you some key takeaways from a conference that I've attended. This is was organized by the International Association of Universities in Dublin, and the topic last year was exactly that of sustainability and sustainable development goals at universities. So basically, they were saying that it's important that there is this element of systemic thinking in education, which would help to promote sustainable development goals. Also, universities are becoming multiversities in that they have a local relevance, but a global outreach, which is their strength. Of course, multidisciplinarity is always a big part of this equation, and it should be also considered for creating enthusiasm across departments internally. Universities have power and the ability to influence policymakers and prompt civic engagement. They should also allow to the students to go through this process of problem-oriented learning, which will help them to get themselves excited about sustainability and sustainable change. And in addition to sustainable curricula, also global citizenship courses should definitely be implemented to allow to understand the issues at the basis of sustainable development. And then quality assurance should be done by evaluating the existing strategic partnerships and newer ones that can be achieved. And finally, we should be working towards the concept of nimbility, which is the ability to quickly change strategy rather than resilience alone. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
And this is the end. Any questions? Alessio.
Thank you very much, Nympha. Yes, this is the end. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Thank you very much also to the colleagues that made these wonderful presentations and wonderful communications. Well, it is just to say that let's call it a day, and see you tomorrow morning at 9:15 for the next two and last inspiring sessions that we are going to have. So have a nice evening.